dirty or what? No, you don't. You want a clean butt. A clean butt. With a carrot. You're eating carrot? You eating carrot? Yeah? Huh? You're eating carrot? Yes. Yes. Hey. Woo. 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 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 2. 1, 2, 3, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 5. 1, 2, 3. Hit the floor. Bless you. Where are you going? Where are you going? Where are you going? Where are you going? What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? What's Turkey doing? What's Turkey doing? Bless you. Make America affordable again. Buddy.
All your dirty clothes are already in here, correct? What's up, baby? All your dirty clothes are already in here, correct?
Yes.
Donald Trump will be speaking with Tony Robbins.
Wow.
Yeah. And he said on X, Tony Robbins put, I invited Vice President Harris and Donald Trump. Donald Trump immediately accepted my request and will be here on October 8th. We still have yet to hear back from Vice President Harris. What is her deal? You know, like, damn.
You know I heard you.
No, I'm just saying, but it's just like, man, they are really dug in her campaign. Like, they just won't let her. I heard that, I forgot who I heard it from, but they believe that the people running her campaign have PTSD from Joe Biden. So they don't want to, because the same people that run hers, and a little bit of Obama, they don't want to even risk putting her in a position where it could be catastrophic, I guess. I don't see how Tony Robbins.
wages, which will benefit all Americans. It's great to see so many people here. Thank you. God bless.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage American investor and founder of the Witkoff Group, Mr. Steve Witkoff.
I have some prepared remarks, but I would like to extend my blessings to the Dutch and Copenhagen family, and also to the Corey Compatore family. My heart is with you. This is a beautiful, beautiful town. I was marveling at the beauty. Patriots of Butler, Pennsylvania, it is my honor and my blessing to stand before you today. I'm not just here as a speaker, but I am a dear friend of the President and someone who has had the privilege of knowing President Trump personally, witnessing his strength and commitment to our nation. You know President Trump as a man who never backs down. I've been at his side through some of the toughest moments, and I can tell you, he embodies the leadership we need in these times for our nation. I was 10 feet away from him during the second assassination attempt. Amidst the chaos, President Trump stood tall. He didn't flinch or complain, not one bit. He chose strength, not for himself, but for us, for me that day, his friends, his staff, and for every American who believes in this country. That's who Donald Trump, my dear friend, is. He's a fighter, the toughest fighter I know, who refuses to be broken or beaten. He faces adversity head on and says, "Bring it on." At the Republican National Convention where I spoke, I shared a side of the president many do not have the luxury of seeing: his empathy. While the media paints him as tough, they don't show how deeply he cares. He feels the burden of every challenge this country faces and understands the struggles of everyday Americans. I'll never forget when he reached out to me after I lost my son, Andrew. He wasn't just the president. He was a friend, offering comfort and ensuring we weren't alone. That's the kind of leader he is, the kind we need more than now than ever, the kind who came here today even though he lost his own life on this very stage, but he was not going to be deterred. Today we stand at a pivotal moment. In the wake of the Iranian attack, our nation stands at a crossroads. The world watches to see who will step up to lead us. We need a leader who understands the gravity of this moment, who embodies strength in action, not just in words. President Donald Trump is that leader. My friend has stood up to tyrants and bullies, making tough decisions and always putting this country first, even when it wasn't an easy choice. That's why we need him more now than ever. This isn't about politics. It is about the soul of our country. It is about choosing strength over weakness, vision over indecision, and leadership over chaos. We are living in a time that demands greatness. As Abraham Lincoln once said, you cannot escape the responsibility of tomorrow by evading it today. President Trump understands that. He is the most consequential president in the history of this country. He knows that leading this nation is about taking responsibility for our future, ensuring our children and grandchildren inherit a country that is safe, prosperous, and free. Behind the headlines and the political battles is a man who wants to see America thrive. He believes in every fiber of his being that this country is still the greatest nation on earth and that her best days are yet to come. So as we face this pivotal moment in history, ask yourselves, who do you want leading this country when the enemies of freedom threaten our way of life? Do you want someone who bows to pressure because this man doesn't? Or someone who stands up, fights back, and says, no matter what you throw at me, I will not break. I will not waver. I will not back down. That is Donald J. Trump. He has the courage to face today's challenges and the vision to build a brighter tomorrow. The pathway to peace, prosperity, and strength isn't found in weakness or hesitation. It's found in unwavering resolve. It's found in a leader who refuses to let America be pushed around or let our enemies dictate our future. So Butler, Pennsylvania, this beautiful town, I ask you to stand with me. Stand with President Trump and stand for the future of this incredible country. Together, we will overcome every obstacle and make sure America's best days are still ahead. Thank you. God bless you all. God bless President Trump and his family, and God bless the United States of America.
Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania, I've never been more proud to be anywhere in my life than I am today here with you on this stage. This is a big family. They tried to take away someone we all love, and they did take away someone we love in Corey, an incredible man. His family's backstage. It's heartbreaking. It's heartbreaking. They've tried to get my father every single second since he went down that golden escalator. Laura and I have witnessed it every single day. They tried to smear us. They tried to bankrupt us. They came after us. They impeached him twice. They went after his Supreme Court justices. They weaponized the entire legal system. The Russia hoax, the dirty dossiers. You remember every single one of them. Far left AGs, far left DAs in every far left place in this country went after my father. They tried to pull him off the ballot in Colorado. They tried to pull him off the ballot in Maine. And it has not worked. And then, guys, they tried to kill him. They tried to kill him. And it's because the Democratic Party, they can't do anything right. They can't do anything right. You see it this week in the FEMA response in North Carolina, and in Georgia, and in South Carolina, and in Florida. You have people's houses floating down rivers. And what does Kamala do? She comes out and says, yes, I'd like to give that family $750. We send $200 billion over to Ukraine so beautiful young kids can shoot at each other in trenches. $200 billion. We give hundreds of billions of dollars to Pakistan. They wouldn't tell us that bin Laden was literally a mile away from their equivalent of West Point. We send hundreds of billions of dollars to them. We gave $150 billion to Iran, a country that chants death to America. And Kamala Harris comes out and says, we're going to give $750 to the person who lost their house in a mudslide. Guys, this isn't America first. This is America last. But the good news, help is on the way. And help is on the way from the bravest person I have ever met in my entire life. My father's been the greatest father a person could ever have. He's been an inspiration to this entire country. And he was an inspiration here in Butler when he stood up with blood running down his face and said, fight, fight, fight. I love all of you so much. I really mean it. This is a family. This isn't politics, guys. Guys, this isn't politics. This isn't politics. This is a movement of absolute love of hundreds of millions of people who want to save the United States, who want to keep our country number one at absolutely everything we do. And that's why we're going to re-elect Donald Trump as the 47th President of the United States. Guys, we love you. And to a woman that is doing a truly great job in every aspect of life, from being a great wife to an unbelievable mother By the way, I think Caroline and Luke Trump are the most popular Trumps right now. Did you guys see them a couple weeks ago? Vote for Grandpa. Make America great again. But she's doing a hell of a job as the RNC co-chair. You know, I get to go to bed every single night and wake up every single morning listening about voter integrity. It's really great. I'm really, really excited for November 6th when Laura can turn over in the morning and not talk about voter integrity. But she's doing a hell of a job. Ladies and gentlemen, Laura Trump.
All right, Pennsylvania. Is anybody here ready to send Donald J. Trump back to the White House? Well, we're 31 days away. 1 month from right now, as Donald Trump always says, will be the most important day in the history of America, because this is a pivotal moment for our country. And I don't even have to tell anybody that here. We can all feel it. This is no longer a fight between Republican versus Democrat, left versus right. It is good versus evil. And good is going to win this battle, ladies and gentlemen. And if you had any question whether God exists and he performs miracles, we got our answer here on July 13th, right here in Butler, Pennsylvania. He spared Donald Trump's life because he was not finished with Donald Trump. And he did it not once, but twice. And I've said it time and time again, but now you feel it more than ever. Donald Trump was made for such a time as this. It's such an honor to be back here in Butler. And you know, I knew before Donald Trump even said he wanted to come back here that he would come back to Butler, Pennsylvania, because in life, you can operate with fear and cowardice, or you can operate with strength and faith. And that's what Donald Trump operates with, strength and faith. And that's the kind of leader we need to see back at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. We need strength in this country. And Eric's right. I've been doing a little something with making sure that we have free, fair, and transparent elections, and that only legal citizens are voting in our elections here in the United States of America. That's okay. It's been the #1 focus of the RNC since I took over alongside our chairman, Michael Whatley, back in March. We have had a big goal of recruiting 100,000 people to volunteer as poll watchers, poll workers, legal experts on the ground. And we said, I don't know, 100,000 is a lot. I'm happy to report that we have trained 200,000 people across this country to do that. So our message is very clear. If you are a person who is considering cheating in our elections, we will find you. We will track you down and we will prosecute you to the full extent of the law. And if you're an illegal citizen voting in our election, we'll track you down and prosecute you to the full extent of the law, and you're leaving this country. How's that sound? Don't do it. It's not worth it. But real quick, before I go, is everybody in this crowd registered to vote? Well, it could be that you've heard of someone who's been doing so much voter registration right here in Pennsylvania. His name is Scott Pressler. And he has done an incredible job. We have flipped Bucks County and Luzerne County from Democrat to Republican in terms of voter registration. And I would like to invite my friend Scott Pressler to come up and say a few words to you folks, if you would welcome him, please, to the stage right now. And he wore shorts for us today, so check out his legs. Look at this. Yes.
I wish I didn't wear shorts today. Mom and Dad, I honor you on the stage today, Captain Robert Pressler and my mom, Carol Pressler. Pennsylvania, you have the power to change the world. Pennsylvania wins the White House, and so please, I ask you today, please check your voter status, make sure you're an active voter registered at your current address, and please visit vote.pa.gov and register to vote today. A message to our union workers: we want your vote. We want to keep jobs here in America. To our beautiful Amish and Lancaster and across the state, we will protect your raw milk, your dairy, your farming, your school choice, your religious freedom, your ability to afford to have 10 beautiful children per family. To our hunters, 30% of you are not registered to vote. Please, our hunters, support the Second Amendment, register to vote. To our truckers that service us every single day, please request a mail-in ballot or vote early, lock in those votes. To our sorority sisters and our fraternity brothers, please, you have the power. If you're going to school here in Pennsylvania, register to vote legally and lawfully here in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. I feel this from the top of my head to the tip of my toes. I love our great country. President Trump took a bullet for us. Please use your ballot and have his back on Tuesday, November 5th, and deliver Pennsylvania for Donald J. Trump. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, before we go, what we're going to do here today, ladies and gentlemen, is we're going to make a new memory in Butler, Pennsylvania. And this will mark the moment that this election was won for Donald J. Trump. Let's send him back to the White House on November 5th. We love you, Pennsylvania. Thank you. God bless.
Wow. Great little speech from Scott Pressler. I follow him on X. I don't know if you guys do, but he puts out a lot of numbers and what he's been doing in that county, or different counties actually in the state, and how it's changed over time. And, you know, that's what I tell a lot of people when I do these videos, because you hear all this doom and gloom and, oh, Trump's not going to win and they're going to cheat and all this other stuff. You have to understand that back in 2020, it would be fair to say that the Republicans fell asleep when it came to turning out the vote. And that's what separated them and the Democrats. Well, fast forward to 2024, Republicans have what? Out-registered Democrats, especially in Pennsylvania in those key counties. Now, before I get to some talking points, something that's very, very important that he mentioned. So, if you notice, they say there's about 80,000 people here. If you go on X right now, you've got Charlie Kirk. His team is out there right now, and they're actively registering people. What does that mean? That means there are people who go to these rallies who are still not registered to vote. Think about that. So if you're watching this live stream and you're not registered to vote, I encourage you to make sure you're registered to vote, especially if you're in a battleground or swing state. Very, very important, because your vote obviously matters. Now, I always tell people they can go to vote.org and sign up, which is, you know, pretty easy. If you guys want me to, you know, visually show you, vote.org, that's what it looks like. And just choose your state and go from there. Very, very easy to do. If you go up here and you hit the little menu, and you can choose whichever state that you are voting from. But even if you didn't go to this website and you just typed in your state, register now, you'll be fine. Okay. So anyways, yeah, so they're actively registering people at the rally, and I'm going to be talking until Elon comes up on stage. He says he's supposed to speak. And so I wanted to do the live stream today because I want to react to it live. But getting back to it, yeah, so Scott Pressler, good man. He's been really doing a lot of work. And so follow him if you haven't on X. Let's see here. Let's see who's coming to the stage because everybody's standing up right now. Let's see. Who do we got? Okay. Well, they haven't announced it yet. All right. So let me read some updates for you guys. There's a picture of, and I'll actually show it to you. Let's see here. There's a picture of Trump, Elon Musk, and there it is. And JD Vance backstage. Here it is right here. Backstage. Now, JD Vance already spoke. When we went live, it was right after his speech. So we look forward to that. Great picture. Can't wait to see what Elon Musk has to say. And one thing on Elon Musk that I think we all could agree with is that the government is now using politics to disrupt Elon Musk's, let's say, success, right? So they are now hitting him with different reasons on why they're not going to allow him to launch the Starship 5, which is a huge thing. That's his rocket that he made, in case some of you guys don't know that. And you have to understand he has a long battle with the or the FCC, that is. And so, yeah, they don't like him. They canceled the contract that he had when it came to his Starlink satellites that, give you internet connection. He actually won that contract back in 2020. When Joe Biden came into office, he canceled it. And then now that you have Hurricane Helene, when they needed the internet connection, you had to get Donald Trump to reach out to Elon Musk and ask him to contribute or help. Now, I'm sure either way, Elon Musk was going to end up helping, but the speed that he helped was definitely faster than the government, which leads me to the first talking point as we wait for Elon Musk to make his speech here at this Trump rally in Butler, which is really huge because this is where we know the first assassination attempt went down. The first thing is about this whole FEMA scandal. Let's call it a scandal. Now, before I get into it really quickly, if you're joining me live, make sure you are a subscriber to the channel. That's the biggest way to support us, of course. If you do have questions throughout this live stream, you can ask me anything you want. I will talk about it and respond. If you want to support us further, you have a couple of options. You can send me a super chat. You can go to the link in the description, grab yourself a t-shirt like the one that I'm wearing right now. This is just one of them. I have plenty of different versions or different designs, or you could buy us a cup of coffee, okay? So anyways, this whole FEMA scandal, right? It's getting out of hand at this point. And you know it's a scandal because the media is refusing to report on it. And you know what the media is doing right now? They're going into fact-checking mode. We want to control the misinformation, the disinformation is what they call it. And it has led to FEMA themselves creating a website to, I guess, handle rumors that are coming out of this disaster. And what I'm going to do is show you guys this website that I think it's a joke if you ask me, because it's just it's the government's way to suppress information. Okay, it's the government's way to suppress information, and let me see if I can get it here. Bring it over here. There we go. So this is their website responding to all these rumors that came out of the Hurricane Helene and what they call misinformation, right? So it's called Hurricane Helene Rumor Response. Help keep yourself, your family, and your community safe after Hurricane Helene by being aware of rumors and scams and sharing official information from trusted sources. Now, we know what the facts are. Let's go over this really quick, because what's interesting is when the hurricane was coming, when did we know that? We knew the hurricane was coming, Tuesday of last week? I mean, it was a good enough time, right? We had a good heads up, right? Let's see what people are saying on X as I talk about this. We had a good heads up when this hurricane was coming. So my question is, why didn't Joe Biden, sleepy Joe Biden, he's no longer crooked, he's just asleep because that's what he does all day. Why did we not know about, or let me say it this way. Why didn't Sleepy Joe and Kamala Harris hold a press conference like on Tuesday or Wednesday and say, hey, we've sat down with FEMA. We talked to all the different governors.
In the silence
and
of
this
our
is
grief.
what we plan to do. Hold on. It looks like they're going to try to play something here. There we go. All right. Scare the crap out of me. And this is what we plan to do, which is we're going to send all this money. We're going to do this. We're going to do that. And they didn't do any of that, right? You didn't hear anything from them before the hurricane. So I think that is so hilarious. All right, so I have to stop here. My wife is telling me people want me to introduce her to you guys. Yeah, where's she at? Hey, Wayne, the wife is doing laundry and not looking for her Sunday's best, so I'll be hiding here in the comments. That's great. That's great. That's great. Yeah, I appreciate you guys joining me. I really do appreciate you guys. Baby Devorah, man. Oh, okay. Now I understand. Okay, so yeah, if she wants to come say hi, she can definitely. So yeah, we didn't hear from them until after the fact, right? You didn't hear anything from them after the fact, okay? And so that doesn't look good because Donald Trump was the opposite. I don't know if you guys seen it. I'll try to find the clip where there was a hurricane coming when he was the president, and he held a press conference before it hit, not after. That's the crazy thing. After. Joe Biden didn't even visit the area until after, right? He didn't even go to the area until 6 days later. What type of crap is that? That makes no sense. So I just think it's a joke, and it just isn't a good look. I'm trying to see who's coming on the stage next. Let's see here. Oh, looks like Trump is going, or he's coming out. Let's see here. Let me refresh for you guys because it looks like it's freezing on me. There he is. All right, so I'm going to keep it muted because I don't want any strikes. I'm sure you guys all understand that. Okay. So I guess, okay. So I guess Elon won't be talking, even though he said he would. All right. So I guess I'll have to wrap up really shortly here. Let's hear what Trump has to say, and we will react live to it. It's such an epic time for him to come. 80,000 people, they say, is in attendance, and more, of course. I think when I checked on X, there was, let's see how many people are actually watching. There's about 5 million people right now on X watching this live. It's pretty crazy. Yeah, about 5 million. That's what my stream is showing right now. And yeah, it takes a lot of heart to go back to the place where you almost lost your life. I mean, what does that say about him as the president? What does that say about his character and his strength, right? Oh, okay, so he's singing it live. This is the actual artist, Lee Westwood, who sings that song. Yeah, let's see here. Yeah, I'm gonna wait till that passes and then we'll turn on the audio. Let's see here. All right, so he's still singing. Great song too. Great song. Yeah, if you guys have any questions, definitely drop them in the chat, because after the speech, I will go back and answer them, or during the speech. Let's see here. Lee Greenwood. Sorry, I had Westwood in my mind. Thank you very much. Trump doesn't have to bus people in from out of state like Kamala. Of course he doesn't. Why would he have to do that? We know that. Let's see here. Oh, Trump will invite him on the stage. Good point, Maria. Yeah, I thought he would probably walk on and do his own speech, but yeah, good point. Let's see here. CK Parker said, I appreciate your channel. Great commentary, intelligent and level-headed. Bravo. Thank you. All right, here we go. I can shut up finally.
Lee, thank you very much, really, and thank you, a very big thank you to Pennsylvania. We love Pennsylvania. And as I was saying, oh, I love that. I love that chart. I love that graph. Isn't it a beautiful thing? But also beautiful because look at the number. That's the day I left office. It was the lowest Border Patrol, the lowest it's ever been. Illegal immigration. Today it's out of control. But I love it for other reasons, too. You know that. So thank you very much. And thank Lee and what Lee has done with that song. And it's such an honor to have it. I want to just let you know that tonight I return to Butler in the aftermath of tragedy and heartache to deliver a simple message to the people of Pennsylvania and to the people of America. Our movement to make America great again stands stronger, prouder, more united, more determined, and nearer to victory than ever before. We're going to make America great again. Going to win the election. Going to win the election. And to all Americans, whether you are Republican, Democrat, Independent, Conservative, or Liberal, or you have no label whatsoever, it makes no difference. Our movement, it belongs to you. It belongs to our country. It belongs to our country. And together, in just 1 month, we are going to usher in a new golden age of American security, prosperity, sovereignty, and freedom for our citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed. Exactly 12 weeks ago this evening on this very ground, a cold-blooded assassin aimed to silence me and to silence the greatest movement, MAGA, in the history of our country. MAGA. We love MAGA. For 16 harrowing seconds during the gunfire, time stopped as this vicious monster unleashed pure evil from his sniper's perch, not so far away. But by the hand of providence and the grace of God, that villain did not succeed in his goal, did not come close. He did not stop our movement. He did not break out our spirit. He did not shake our unyielding resolve to save America from evils of poverty, hatred, and destruction. Yet we are here this evening in record numbers. This is a big crowd. This is a big one. This is a big one. Not only to mark the triumph of American spirit, but over, and you know that this is really, truly, in the truest sense, spirit over evil and adversity, but also to pay tribute to some of the best and bravest we have ever known. This field is now a monument to the valor of our first responders, to the resilience of our fellow citizens, and to the sacrifice of a loving and devoted father, a really great man. You know that. Forever afterward, forever after, all who have visited this hallowed place will remember what happened here, and they will know of the character and courage that so many incredible American patriots have showed and know, and they know it at a level never seen before, probably. First, I want to thank the men and women of the U.S. Secret Service who threw their bodies on top of mine without even a thought for their own lives. They were on top of me so fast. They were on top of me, and there was not even a moment of doubt in their minds. You watch those tapes, not even a moment of doubt. I want to thank Secret Service. They're great, great people. They are great people. And in that moment, those agents displayed a devotion to duty that cannot be described, and they did it yet again less than 3 weeks ago when they really did a fantastic job. Another attempt. It was another attempt. We have an evil world. We have a very sick world. My gratitude to them is beyond measure. We also owe a tremendous debt, thanks to the Secret Service counter sniper and a local police sniper who returned fire within seconds and stopped the shooter quickly and saved many lives. If he didn't stop, he saved many lives. He had a lot of bullets, a lot of ammunition up there with him. And we are, just amazing when you think they did it so quickly without any knowledge of what was going on, boom. And had that not happened, it would have been a very different story. It would have been potentially many people. I also want to express our thanks to the Butler Township Police Department, incredible people. The Butler Sheriff's deputies, Pennsylvania State Police, and all of the other law enforcement heroes, as well as the emergency personnel and doctors, the medical teams at Butler Memorial Hospital, Allegheny General Hospital, who rushed me and rushed some of these very badly wounded people. They were wounded, a lot of badly wounded people, and in particular two people, and I tell you, they were very brave and great people. They were big Trump fans, and they still are. That means something. That was pretty amazing. You know, when I got up, I asked whether or not anybody was killed. I assumed that there would be a lot because I heard the bullets winging right over my head. They said probably 3. The doctors did such an incredible job. It was one great gentleman, but the other 2 have been amazing, actually. They've gone through it. They've gone through a lot. And when the crisis struck, they did really Pennsylvania proud. You've heard that expression, Pennsylvania proud. It's a great place. I went to school. I went to college in Pennsylvania. It's a great place. The people are incredible. Also, and I have to say, after returning to the field tonight, is one of the really brave Americans who was hit by the assassin's bullet, U.S. Marine veteran David Dutch. David, thank you. Thank you, David. Thank you, David. And David, we're thrilled to see your recovery is going well. Great doctors up here, I have to tell you, great doctors. Your courage is really an inspiration to us all. So I want to thank you very much, David. A great gentleman. Great gentleman. I want to send our love to someone who could not be here because he has just undergone a major surgery related to the shooting. A man who was really badly wounded, like David, James Copenhagen, because James was a wonderful man, a big Trump fan. And Mr. Copenhagen is out there watching us right now, but he's in a hospital where they did some additional work, but he's in great shape. He wanted to be here so badly, but he's in great shape, and we appreciate it, and we're looking to his full and complete recovery. He will have a complete recovery. Thank you. Thank you very much. And of course, there's one more hero who could not make it back here tonight because he is no longer with us, right? You know who that is, right? Corey, our beautiful Corey. Corey is not with us tonight, and he should be. And we all miss him. He's become somewhat of a folk hero, I have to tell you. Who is with us is his beautiful wife and daughters and relatives, sister. Please, where are you? Where are they sitting? There they are. There's a lot of people. It's not easy to find people in this audience. Goes back further than you can see. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Great family, a great, incredible family. And he loved you a lot. And, you know, his wife said something very beautiful. The public, a lot of people, all of us, a lot of people have been very generous. And she said, I'd rather have my husband. That's a good thing to say. That's a good thing to say. I'd rather have my husband. Corey Comparator was an incredible husband and father, a devout Christian, a veteran, and a proud former fire chief, very respected within the town. Everybody knew him. Few men volunteered to run into fires, but Corey was one of those who did. He ran into fires. I spoke to people that were this guy would do anything. He was brave, right? Brave guy like you. And he was also a protector who put his life on the line for others, and he loved doing it. And when the sound of gunshots pierced the air on that July evening, Corey leapt into the fire one more time. In his last seconds of this earth, he threw himself on the top of his wife and daughters. He didn't want them hurt. He threw himself. He said he knew what was happening. He didn't want them hurt. And he was hit hard. He was hit hard. And he gave his life to shield their lives. Every father and husband in America hopes that if the time came, we would have what Corey had. Tremendous courage, tremendous guts, and he wanted to protect his family, and he did protect his family. At this time, it is 6:11, 12 weeks to the minute that the shooting began. I would like to ask everyone to join me in a moment of silence. Now that is what you call a voice. One of the greatest opera singers in the world, and Christopher Macchio, who's truly a great talent, is going to be back when I leave, and I'm going to stay backstage watching every song. He's going to sing 3 or 4 great songs, Nessa Dorma and others. And so I wouldn't leave your seat too fast when we're finished today, but this is in honor of 3 great people, actually, 3 great, and in particular, Corey. And we appreciate it, but that is a real voice, isn't it, huh? That's not... What do you think, Mr. Future Vice President? Pretty good, right? I don't know if you could do that, JD. I don't know. I don't think JD can do that. In the face of murderous hate, Corey answered the most selfless kind of love. We are joined this evening by Corey's incredible widow, Helen, his 2 precious daughters, Kaylee and Allison, and his sisters, Kelly and Dawn. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. This is an incredible tribute. This is a tribute like no other, and he deserves it. To Helen and the entire family, I can only begin to imagine the depths of your grief, but I want you to know that just like you, we will carry his memory in our hearts for as long as we live. Everybody in this stadium and everybody that was there on that tragic evening, we are thinking about Corey. We think about him a lot. I know he's looking down on us right now from heaven, smiling at his beloved wife and daughters and his mother, Karen, and his entire family. His entire family. And he's with you, and he's going to be with us for a long time because, you know, some people just don't die in vain, and what he's left behind is incredible. And so God bless you, Corey. God bless you. Thank you very much. God bless you. You know, I just one little story. Helen told me that on the day that they came to the rally, Corey was really excited because somebody gave him great seats right up front here with the people from North Carolina, the ladies from North Carolina. This is their 227th rally. I don't know what's going on with them. Those beautiful ladies. But they always seem to have good seats, you know. But Corey had the best seat in the house, and he was telling his wife and family on the way over in the car, he said, I'm telling you, he's going to invite me up on the stage, because I do that sometimes. I take people, we invite them up on the stage. And she smiled, thinking it'll never happen. And little did anyone realize that Corey would be on the stage 3 months later in an almost immortal position. And that's where he is today. He's on the stage in I think it's a truly immortal position. So the love that he showed on that day and throughout his life is the love that sustains the entire movement, love that our families have, and it's love of our communities and love of our country. It's a force more powerful than any hatred and malice, because even in the darkest hours it shines forth as a guide, and it guides us like nothing could ever guide us. It guides us really like a candle in the night. And so it's love like Corey's that is joining us to save our country, that's going to heal our country, and that is going to reunite our country as one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. So what our opponents have never understood is that this movement has never been about me. It's always been about you. It's been about a lot of people, millions and millions of people, the biggest ever in the history of this country, maybe anywhere. And everyday people who are the heart and soul of our country. They love our movement, they love our country, and they know they're doing right. Your hopes are my hopes, your dreams are my dreams, and your future is what I am fighting for every single day. And now I have a great companion in J.D. Vance. How good was he the other night? How good? He was great. He was great. But from the very beginning of this journey, I've been on a mission to rescue our country from a failed and very corrupt political establishment, very corrupt. We have to change it. We have to change it. We need also a very free and open press. And to give it back to the country you believe in and I believe in. It's a country that we were born in and the country that you deserve. You deserve this. In that mission, I will never quit. I will never bend. I will never break. I will never yield, not even in the face of death itself. And I believe that every citizen deserves an America with a grand, very, very grand ambition, great opportunities, and limitless. We just want limitless potential. We want an America where you can get ahead and be proud of life and provide for your family in a really decent way, where we don't have crime. We have a fabulous military to protect us from evil. Everything has to be the best. We have to have the best schools. We have to have strong borders. We don't want bad people coming in and hurting us. We don't want to have open borders, do we? You deserve a government that protects and respects its own citizens, that defends your sovereignty, your security, and your dignity and your freedom. You deserve a nation that builds things, again, makes things better, that aims for the stars once more, and that once again commands respect. And we want to get respect like we had it 4 years ago. The entire world respected us. They respected us. They respected us more than they've ever respected us. And now they laugh at us. We can't have them laugh at us, can we? Above all, you deserve leadership in Washington that does not answer to the lobbyists, to the bureaucrats, or to the corrupt special interests, but answers only to you, the hardworking citizens of America, of which there are a lot of them. We have a lot of them. We have a lot of them. Over the past 8 years, those who want to stop us from achieving this future have slandered me, impeached me, indicted me, tried to throw me off the ballot, and who knows, maybe even tried to kill me. But I've never stopped fighting for you, and I never will. Never will. Never going to stop. Thank you. Thank you. And in turn, you have always stood with me. You have always stood with me, no matter what. You saw what was going on. You saw the hoaxes and the scams. You saw everything that went on. We are a team. We're a great team, I think. We're probably the best team ever in the history of our country, if you really think about it. We've fought together. We have endured together. We have pushed onward together. And right here in Pennsylvania, we have bled together. We've bled. We've had 3 people that really got hit hard. 2 of them made it. Great doctors. Great doctors. They weren't supposed to make it. I wasn't supposed to make it. People said, my great doctor at Butler said, "Sir, you're the luckiest man alive. This would be a good time for you to go out and buy a lottery ticket." I've never seen anything like. I almost went out and bought a lottery ticket. I'll take it. And 31 days from now, here in this great Commonwealth, and all across our land, we are going to win together. We are going to vote together. We're going to win the greatest election in the history of our country, maybe the greatest election all time. After we all have been through all of this together, nobody's gone through what we've gone through. Nobody. Because I go through it, you're going through it too. But there's never been anything like this. You know, I always say there's an enemy from within and there's an outside enemy. And if you're smart, the outside enemy is not going to be a problem. Russia, China, North Korea, we're not going to have a problem if you have a smart president. If you have not such a smart president, then it's a problem. But we have an enemy from within, which I think is much more dangerous than the outside enemy. We stand on the verge of the 4 greatest years in the history of our country. We can make these the 4 greatest years. We'll turn it around so fast that your head will spin. With victory on November 5th, we are going to redeem America's promise and unlock the extraordinary future that is just within our reach. It is now within our reach. Think of it, 1 month from today, 1 month. We got to get there. We got to get there. They'll drop all sorts of bombs. They'll be hitting you, JD. They'll be hitting me. These people, they'll hit and hit. But I think we've almost become immune to it, haven't we? We've become immune to it. You got a little dose of it, a couple of little doses. No, that's the only way. That's the only way they can even think about winning, with open borders. Who wants open borders? Who wants men playing in women's sports? Who wants sex change operations for illegal aliens in holding bins? No, I don't think so. We will begin a new era of soaring income, skyrocketing wealth, millions and millions of new jobs, and a booming middle class. We're going to boom like we've never boomed before. And we're going to unleash a manufacturing renaissance right here in Pennsylvania, including fracking like we've never fracked before. We're going to frack, frack, frack. You know, our opponent said, there'll be no fracking, no fracking. We'll never frack, we'll never frack. Then she started seeing poll numbers, by the way. And by the way, speaking of poll numbers, do you mind if I mention poll numbers? Because I only mention them when they're good. I'd never mention it. But one that's hit me really amazingly, Rasmussen, very highly respected poll. JD, it just came out. I don't think you heard this one, but this is a shocker. You know, they always say the Democrats will win the Hispanic vote, but we've been creeping up rather rapidly. And Rasmussen is one of the most respected polls. I mean, Republicans would get 4, 5, 6, 9, 10%. They just came out with a poll. 62% for Trump. Think of that. Think of that. And 34% for Kamala. I don't usually use her last name because nobody knows who I'm talking about. I go, Harris, Harris. They say, who's Harris? It's happening all the time. Who's Harris? And we can't find out who she is, because if we do, our country is going to be in big trouble. We will live in a very beautiful city or town that are safe and clean, with borders that are sealed and secure. And again, we want people to come into our country. We all want that. We need that. But you know what? We want them to come in legally. They're going to come in legally and love for our country. And America will once again be strong and confident and free. And we're going to have that. We're going to have it strong, confident, and free. That's why I'm here today. You know, I could right now be having a beautiful life. I don't have to be here. I could be on a gorgeous beach someplace. I have such nice property. I could be in Monte Carlo, as an example, but I'd rather be in Butler with you. I would rather. I'd rather be in Butler. And I think JD would rather be in Butler, JD. No, I'd rather be here, because we're doing something. You know, they get a lot of rich guys that go, nobody cares about them. I had one about a month ago, very, very rich guy, and he called me up. He said, President, I've known him for a long time. I don't say how long because I don't want my wife to hear that number. It's a long time. But he's very successful, and he said to me, sir, could you do me a favor? The guy's worth billions of dollars. He said, could you do me a favor? I can't get into a restaurant. Do you think you could call them to get me in? And I said, what the hell is the good of being rich if you can't get into a restaurant, right? And I called the maitre d'. Hi, I'm a little embarrassed. Hi, this is Donald Trump. I recognize your voice. I said, would you do me a favor? A friend of mine is online about a mile back. This is a very successful restaurant. And he's got his wife. I described the wife. Could you possibly go get them? Could you go get them and bring them in? And he did. And my friend called me up the next day. He said, thank you very much. Thank you. Oh, Doctor, please. Doctor in the house. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, doctor. Yeah, thank you. Take your time, doctor, please. We got plenty of time, right? We got a lot of time. You doing okay? Take your time. We've got to protect our people, right? Take your time. It's all right, doctor. Go ahead. That's all right. That's all right. People come out 2-3 days ago, and then they get it's an amazing thing. It's an amazing thing. We appreciate everybody appreciates it. Yep. Take your time. That's great. That's great. Do we have the greatest people in the world? We have the greatest people in the world. First responders, thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Doctor. Great job. Thank you very much. Thank you all. Fellas, thank you. First responders, thank you very much. People are here for a long time, and we appreciate it very much. And so sometimes that happens. A lot of times that happens, actually. But she'll be great. You watch. So 12 weeks ago, we all took a bullet for America, and all we are all asking is that everyone goes out and votes. We got to win. We can't let this happen to our country. We can't take another 4 years like this. We won't have a country left. We're not going to have a country left. And all of this will be for nothing if you don't get out and vote. It will all be for nothing. We will have talked about it, and if we do it, it'll be the greatest achievement, I think, in the history of politics for all of us for this age. Because we're going to change our country around and fast. We're going to do things that nobody thought were possible. We're going to do them fast. So Pennsylvania, it's time to stand up for America and a time to save our country. This is really about saving our country. It's never been like this. When you look at the crime, look at the crime. Look at the people that are coming in, murderers. 13,099 murderers let in over the last short period of time. Murderers that have been released from penitentiaries, prisons, jails, released into our country. Crime rates all over the world are down. They're taking their gang members and their criminals, they're taking their people in jail, and they're releasing them into our country. We can't have it. You know, we just can't have it. How do you get more simple than that? They're releasing murderers, they're releasing drug dealers, they're releasing gang members and criminals, human traffickers. Mostly they traffic in women, and they're releasing them all into our country, and they're emptying their jails, and their crime rates in Venezuela are way down because, you know, but it's not only in South America, it's all over the world, in Africa, the Congo. There are a lot of people coming out of the Congo in Africa. They're coming out from Asia. They're coming out from the Middle East, Yemen. They're coming out from Yemen. A lot of people coming out of Yemen. And they're known terrorists, and they just release them into our country from countries unknown also. They know nothing about the people. Oh, go right in. These people are crazy. And we have to win. We'll stop it immediately, and it will be a big deportation. We're going to deport these people. We're going to get them out of our country immediately, or we won't have a country. And if we win Pennsylvania, we will win the whole thing. The whole thing will be won. So for the sake of our families, for the sake of our children, we will keep on going. And as the expression goes, I mean, I'm a little embarrassed to say it, to be honest with you, but I'm going to say it because a lot of people do say it. We will fight, fight, fight. We're going to fight for our country. We're going to fight for our country. And together we will save this country, we will restore the republic, and America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, brighter, happier, stronger, freer and greater, and more united than ever before. Our country will be united. You'll watch, you'll watch. You know, we had the most successful country ever, maybe in the world during my term. We had the greatest economy that we've ever had. And you know what was happening? We were uniting. The other side, radical left people were coming over. They wanted to meet. They were coming over. Women, men. If you look at population, our black population, our Hispanic population, our Asian population, everybody was doing better. People that went to the best schools and best colleges in the world got the highest marks, and people that couldn't get a high school degree, everybody was doing better, and our country was coming together. And then we got hit with COVID, a gift from China. Some people would call it the China virus. And we did a great job on that, too. We did a great job, but the world was disturbed. $60 trillion in damage worldwide, millions and millions of, tens of millions of people killed. And we still, during this 4-year period, we had the greatest economy, one of the great countries of the world. And we left with a stock market that was higher than it was just prior to COVID coming in. So what we did was something really incredible. But we had the greatest, most successful country ever. We had the greatest economy in our history, and we're going to do it again, and maybe even better. We learned a lot. We learned a lot about people and about doing things and what works and what doesn't work, and we're going to do it, and it's going to be quick. It's going to be quick. And we're going to have safe cities, and we're going to have great cities again, and we're going to have a capital in Washington, D.C., which is right now crime-ridden. You leave from the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, you go drive down to Washington, D.C., and you drive down, and you end up getting murdered, you end up getting hurt, you get mugged. We are going to straighten out Washington, D.C. We're going to make it again the most beautiful capital in the world. We're not going to have graffiti. We're not going to have graffiti on our marble columns. We're not going to have roads that have potholes all over them and medians that are falling into the highways. We're going to run it properly. We're going to change it. We're going to run it properly. It's an embarrassment to us. Can you imagine foreign leaders coming in and running over roads that haven't been paved in years? We're honored to be joined tonight by one of the people who is going to help us build this incredible future, and he is a truly incredible guy. And I don't say that often. He's a great gentleman. He's done such an unbelievable job for North Carolina, for Georgia, for Alabama, for Florida, for Tennessee. His name is Elon Musk. He saved free speech. He created so many different great things. Where is he? Come on up here, Elon. He created the first major American car company in generations, and his rocket company is the only reason we can now send American astronauts into space. Come here. Take over, Elon. Yes, take over.
Hi, everyone. As you can see, I'm not just MAGA, I'm dark MAGA. Well, first of all, I want to say what an honor it is to be here. And, you know, the true test of someone's character is how they behave under fire. And we had one president who couldn't climb a flight of stairs, and another who was fist pumping after getting shot. Fight, fight, fight! Blood coming down the face. Now, America is the home of the brave. And there's no truer test than courage under fire. So who do you want representing America? Yeah, absolutely. And I think this election, I think it's the most important election of our lifetime. This is no ordinary election. The other side wants to take away your freedom of speech. They want to take away your right to bear arms. They want to take away your right to vote effectively. You've got 14 states now that don't require voter ID. California, where I used to live, is just passed a law banning voter ID for voting. I still can't believe that's real. So how are you supposed to have a proper election if there's no ID? It's just meaningless. And free speech is the bedrock of democracy. And if people don't know what's going on, if they don't know the truth, how can you make an informed vote? You must have free speech in order to have democracy. That's why it's the First Amendment. And the Second Amendment is there to ensure that we have the First Amendment. President Trump must win to preserve the Constitution. He must win to preserve democracy in America. Yes. This is a must-win situation. Must win. So I have one ask for everyone in the audience, everyone who watches this video, everyone in the live stream. There's one request. It's very important. Register to vote. Okay? And get everyone you know and everyone you don't know, drag them to register to vote. There's only 2 days left to register to vote in Georgia and Arizona. 48 hours. Like, text people now. Now. Oh, and then make sure they actually do vote. If they don't, this will be the last election. That's my prediction. Nothing's more important. Nothing's more important. So get everyone you know. Everyone. So I'm speaking to people out there. Everyone in the crowd, I think, is already convinced. But for people out there that are watching the video, watching the live stream, you need to get everyone you know, at work, your friends, family, text groups, your social media, everything. Get them to register to vote right now. Only 2 days left for Georgia and Arizona. Only a couple weeks left in Pennsylvania. And if they're not registered to vote, it doesn't matter at that point. Register to vote. I'm being repetitive for a reason, okay? So nothing is more important. And a lot of people think maybe their vote doesn't count. Well, it does, okay? It does. It matters. And this election could be decided by 1,000 votes, 500 votes. A tiny margin. So get everyone you know to register to vote. I believe that's swapthevote.com. I believe that's the site. And double check that your registration is good. Don't take it for granted. I'm just being repetitive about this point because it is the one takeaway, more than anything, that will matter is getting those registrations and then getting everyone you know to actually vote. That is what will decide this election, especially in Pennsylvania. So thank you, and honestly, you want to just be a pest. Just be a pest to everyone you know, people on the street, everywhere. Vote, vote, vote. Fight, fight, fight. Vote, vote, vote. Thank you.
What a great guy. And he'd rather be making rocket ships, because he'd really rather do that. Nobody better. I think he's got 90% of the rockets that go up. But Elon, thank you very much. Incredible, incredible. What he says is true. What he says is true. You know, we're all having fun here tonight, but if we don't register and if we don't vote, we're just going to look upon this as another sort of nice day in our life, but it won't even be a nice day. We're going to look back and we're going to say, wow, it's a lot of time, a lot of effort. We got to win. If we don't win, it's, as he said, it's just not important. We have to save our country, so you have to get out and vote. You got to get out and vote. You got to get your friends and vote, because, you know, they play a lot of tricks, this particular other side. Elon's a very nice guy. He doesn't want to say it, but they play a lot of tricks. We can't let it happen. We can't let it happen again. We can't let it happen. And one thing, they showed us how bad they are. They showed us how bad a job they do. So that's one thing we got from this 4 years. They've done the worst job. That's the worst president in the history of our country. It's the worst vice president in the history of our country. And if you watched over the last couple of days, they are doing, this is a Katrina for them. This is one of the worst, they say it's the worst job ever done on helping people through the ravages of a hurricane. And they're watching, she's out there campaigning in San Francisco, a place that she ruined, okay? She ruined San Francisco. She ruined, think of this, she ruined San Francisco. She was the worst DA, and she ruined the state of California, and now she wants to ruin the United States of America. We can't let her do it. So I called Elon to tell him that they needed Starlink as an example. They couldn't get Starlink. I didn't know what Starlink was, I must tell you. Elon, I'm so embarrassed. I didn't know what the hell Starlink was. He loves Starlink. He can tell you every little screw that's needed, every wire. Me, I didn't know. But when I was in North Carolina and Georgia just the other day, yesterday to be exact, but they were saying we have tremendous communications, especially in North Carolina, and we have tremendous problems. We have no communication. The poles were ripped down, the wires were underwater, houses were destroyed, possibly 1,000 people, maybe more, will be, there's 600 people missing. Missing is not good, because you know what missing means generally. That's really bad. And they had no communication. They had literally no communication with, they called it the mainland, because the water was so crazy. It was like they were in the middle of a lake, and they'd never seen anything like it. And they said, do you know somebody named Elon Musk? I said, yeah, I happen to know him a little bit. He just endorsed me, actually. Although he endorsed me a long time ago, but he still, to me, every day is a good endorsement from Elon. Nobody's smarter than Elon. And they said, could you do us a favor? Could you help us? We're trying to get Starlink, and it's very hard to get. Most people say you can't even get it. I called up Elon. I said, North Carolina's in big trouble. Georgia's in big trouble. They need communication. They have none because their poles have been knocked down and their wires are underwater and even dangerously underwater, but they have no communication. Elon, could you do something about Starlink, whatever the hell that is, Elon? Whatever Starlink, that's all they want to hear is Starlink. And an amazing thing happened. I got a call from one of the top people in North Carolina. I got a call from another great person in Georgia. And I wasn't finished with my phone call yet. And they got word that Starlink would be delivered to the States. I said, no. And I said, what the hell is he? What kind of a system is that? Normally you'd have to hang up and he'd go and call people. He did it during the phone call. What kind of a system do you have? That's why he's a very advanced person. But I want to thank you, Elon, because I got it. And I said, how does it work? 2 days later, how does it work? They said, much better than the wires. So now I'm saying, why the hell aren't they? You're going to come out very well anyway. And he also said, you don't have to pay me. You pay me someday when you get the money back. You don't have to pay me. He wanted nothing. He's a great guy. Thank you, Elon, for being here. Thank you very much. Great honor. Great honor. Thank you, Elon. And that's heartfelt. I can't even see the end. That's a lot of people here today. We're also joined by a great gentleman, a top, brilliant student. He went to a tremendous college and he graduated right at the top of his class. In 2 years, I didn't know you could do that. It's 4-year college. Then he went to the military. Then he came out and he did fantastically inside the military. Then he came out, he went to Yale. Without the benefit of family ties. You know what that means, right? Without the benefit. That's pretty good without family ties. I don't know too many of those people. They had no family ties. They got in. You can't get in. And he graduated along with his wife. They're not going to have any problems with your kids academically, I can tell you. His wife and him were like the top students in the class. But he went to Yale Law School, and then he went out into the private sector, did great. Then he ran for the Senate, and he did fantastically. He won. And he's like a rocket ship. He's like one of Elon's rocket ships, the way his career is going. But you see why, because he's a really brilliant guy. And you saw that the other night in the debate, right? You saw that the other night in the debate. You know the expression they have? If that were a fight, they would have stopped it, right? So I just want to thank JD. I was always confident in that pick. And we had great people too, JD. We have every one of those guys were great. Every one of them would have done a great job. It was amazing. But we appreciate the job you're doing. And he's also very energetic. And he'll go on anywhere. He'll go on MSDNC. I say, oh, he's on that. He'll go on CNN. It's like he has no problem. He swats them like this. He has no problem. No, it's true. Other people say, sir, I'd rather not do that one. I'd rather not do that one, sir. I'd rather not do them because they are, very. With him, he doesn't care. He says, they're not going to outsmart me. So I want to thank JD. You've done a great job. Thank you very much. Amazing. Great. We have a lot of senators and a lot of people from Congress. I'm going to introduce a few of them that are really outstanding, and they are warriors and they're great patriots. Senator Eric Schmidt. Where's Eric Schmidt? He's around here someplace. Nice, tall, handsome guy. Thank you, Eric. What a great job you've done. He helps us so much with the Senate, and we've got a great Senate. We have to get a couple of more senators elected. I think it's going to happen, too. I think it's going to happen. We have members of Congress here. Dan Muser. Dan, where's Dan? Great job. Real warrior. These are warriors. Guy Reschenthaler. That's the hardest name in the Senate to pronounce, but I've learned how to pronounce it. Guy, thank you very much. Great. Where's Guy? Guy, thank you very much, Guy. Glenn G.T. Thompson. Fantastic guy. Thanks, Glenn. Great job. John Joyce. Thank you, John. Great. Corey Mills. He's out there fighting, too. He's out there. He is out there in North Carolina, Georgia. He's out there helping people. Mike Waltz, who's a tremendous national security asset. Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Mike. Okay, and a man who was my doctor. I got to know him as a doctor in the White House, right? And then before that, he was actually an admiral, and then he went to the White House. He was a great admiral. He was a great doctor. And I love him for one reason. They asked him in the White House, the press, the fake news media said, who is the most? He was the doctor for Obama, Bush, and Trump. That's pretty good, right? White House doctor for the three of us. He said, the press, who is the healthiest of the three? He said, definitely it's Donald Trump. There's not even a contest. And I love that guy. When he said that, JD, when he said that, I said, I like this guy. So then he said, sir, he was leaving the White House. He said, I'd love to run for Congress. And he ran against 28 people. They were all running for the Republican primary because whoever won that primary is going to win. I think it's a Trump plus 48. Whoever wins gets 48-point start. And not only did he win, he won easily. And now he's one of the most popular people in Congress and one of the most talented, maybe more importantly. Ronnie Jackson. Ronnie? Where's Ronnie? Where is he? Oh, good. Thank you, Ronnie. And you got a lot of talent surrounding you there. I think it's very important also. We're here for a reason, and that's to win and to honor Corey. But Corey wants us to win, too. And there's a man in the audience that's been very much a career path, a little bit like J.D., great student, great talented student, and fantastic in the military, then went out to be a tremendous success, one of the most successful people on Wall Street, actually. And he's tough and he's smart, and he's going to make sure you always have fracking in Pennsylvania. And he's going to make sure you have many other things other than fracking. You have a senator that now does nothing. He does nothing. And he doesn't fight for you. He votes with Biden, if you can believe it, like 100% of the time. But this guy, and we're lucky that he does it. I don't know. He might not have done it if he had it to do again. I don't know. But I think he's just one of the most outstanding people anywhere in the country to run for office. And we're lucky that he's doing it, and he's got a real shot. He's doing very well in the polls. It's hard to beat somebody that's been there a long time, but this is somebody that's been there a long time and did nothing. He did nothing. And his name is David McCormick, and he's great, and I hope he's going to be your next senator. And I see somebody else I didn't know he was here. Mike Kelly. I see Mike Kelly here. Stand up. Oh, boy, am I lucky. Am I lucky I spotted him. If I didn't spot you, I was in big trouble, right? This is a man who's beloved in this state, and he's fantastic. So thank you, Mike. Thank you. We also have some terrific people from law enforcement. Butler County Sheriff Mike Sloop. Thank you, Mike. Great job. Thank you. Thank you, Mike. Thank you for your help, too, I could tell you. Thank you for your help. I can say that. Thank you very much. Butler County Commissioner Leslie Oshie. Leslie, thank you. Thank you, Leslie. Great job. RNC Chairman Michael Watley. This guy is doing a great job. He's doing great. Came from North Carolina. We won North Carolina. He kept their cheating down to a minimum, and we were able to win it, and we were solid all night long. And he's great, but if we don't have good results by the 6th of November, I will never say that about him again. No, he's a great guy. He's working very hard. 24 hours a day he's working, I know that. And he's working mostly on Stop the Steal, because we have a lot of votes. We have plenty of votes. Stop the steal. That's why you've got to get out. You've got to get out and vote. We're going to win this thing. And the more we win it, it's too big to rig. You know the expression we use? Make it too big to rig. At a certain point, Elon would understand this better than anybody statistically. At a certain point, their cheating doesn't matter. And we want to make it too big to rig. And we also have somebody that's very special, the co-chair of the Republican Party, Lara Trump. Thank you. Lara, thanks. And oftentimes with families, they say, oh, why did you put that one in or this one in, and all the different people. So many people have problems with that. In her case, everyone said, how the hell did you get her to do it? She has been unbelievable, so thank you very much. Comes from North Carolina, and I have a feeling she's going to be spending some time down there a little bit. And she's married to my wonderful son, Eric, who's right here. So, Eric, please stand up. He's a great guy. Eric has a distinction. He has gotten more subpoenas than any man in the history of our country by about 10 times. Every day Congress would meet, they'd send him a subpoena. What is it about? They have no idea. But I think he's got the all-time record, and he's handled it all beautifully. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. A friend of mine, a great, great businessman, one of the most respected people, and he made a big, big contribution yesterday to Georgia and a big contribution to North Carolina. Steve Witkoff is here. Hi, Steve. Thanks. And another man who's one of the greatest businessmen in the country, he actually said that if Trump doesn't win, this country is going to go into a massive depression. Well, I don't know about that, but he has been a very good predictor, I will say that. And truly one of the greats, one of the great pickers, picker meaning stocks. He knows what he's doing, and highly respected by everybody. John Paulson. Thank you, John. Great. Great guy. Now, we have so many others, and I won't do it because we have to really get out of here before it gets too cold for people. But I love it much better because there's one teleprompter. Not that I use the teleprompters too much. Isn't it nice to have a president that doesn't need a teleprompter? No, we don't need it. But this one was right smack in the sun. Great job back there, fellas. They said the teleprompters are working fine. Well, thank goodness. Did you see what happened the other day with the teleprompter with her? That was not a pretty sight. The teleprompter went off and she went off too. She didn't know what the hell happened. And teleprompters are very dangerous because they go off a lot. You have to be prepared for them to go off cold blank. You'll have 100,000 people. You have 75,000 people. You have this. And if the teleprompter goes off, you got to be able to move. She did not move well. This was not a good situation. But 3 more heroes from July 13th who rendered first aid to Corey incredibly. Dr. Jim Sweetland. Rico Elmore, who was unbelievable. Rico, you were unbelievable. He ran over, National Guard. He ran over and grabbed Corey, and Corey was still living, and he was doing mouth-to-mouth resuscitation on a man who was really in bad shape like nobody's ever seen, and his family appreciates it, and I do too. So thank you, Rico, very much. Right? Amazing, amazing, amazing the people that we have. And you learn about them under times like this. That's when you really learn. So we're going to be seeing Rico again. And Ed Shear, fantastic job. Thank you, Ed. We appreciate it. Thank you, Ed. Thank you. Thank you very much, Ed. Great job. In addition, this evening we have to send our prayers and support to all the families affected by Hurricane Helene. This has been the worst hurricane response by a president and vice president since Katrina, and this is simply not acceptable. Those people, I was there yesterday with North Carolina and Georgia, and I'll tell you, and by the way, the governor of Georgia is doing an excellent job, but we have other people that aren't doing a good job, and we have to have them do a good job. But the federal government is doing a very bad job. They are not doing the job, and we have death and destruction that we haven't seen maybe ever. It's a real bad one, and they have to get people there because they don't have people there. They don't have the people. Kamala wined and dined in San Francisco, and all of the people in North Carolina, no helicopters, no rescue. It's just what's happened there is very bad. They're offering them $750 to people whose homes have been washed away. And yet we send tens of billions of dollars to foreign countries that most people have never heard of. They're offering them $750. They've been destroyed. These people have been destroyed. The one young lady washed, you saw that with her son. I mean, pretty, I wish I never saw it, but just washed away. His son was washed away with the grandparents, and so sad. And they're giving them $750. And think of it, we give foreign countries hundreds of billions of dollars, and we're handing North Carolina $750. If you want a president who won't even try to save you when the floodwaters are rising, vote for Kamala. She's not the right person. Look, you know what? If they did a good job, I wouldn't have run. To be honest with you, I didn't need to do this. I didn't need to. If I thought they were doing an even modestly good job, I wouldn't have run, but I saw right from the beginning, grossly incompetent, and I was right about that, and I decided to run, and we're doing really well. I was telling you about polls. We're way up in some polls. We're up in other polls. And with the swing states, I think most of them have us up in every single swing state, including the great commonwealth of a place called Pennsylvania. And don't ever not call it a commonwealth, because I've seen people call it a state, and that's the end of them. That's practically the end of their political career. You got to be very careful with Pennsylvania. It's that commonwealth. I haven't made that mistake. I don't want to either. It was not a pretty picture. If you want a president who will stop at nothing to protect you and your family, I hope you're going to vote for a gentleman named Donald J. Trump. Have you heard of him? Together we will rebuild Western North Carolina, rural Georgia, and every other state that's been so badly affected. That includes Alabama. Virginia was very hit hard. South Carolina was hit very hard. Florida. So many states. Tennessee was hit really hard. They were all hit, and we're going to work with them. And, the next president is going to be the one that really, once they got to get this done. But once that happens, the next president is going to be the one that has to really help him. And J.D. will be there to help him. I know that. 2024 is the most important election in the history of our country. And here are the facts. My opponent, Kamala Harris, is the most incompetent and far-left nominee ever to run for president. You know, she's much further left than crazy Bernie Sanders. You know that. She wants to open borders. She took the most secure border in U.S. history and turned it into the worst border in the history of the world. Remember, she was appointed border czar. She says she wasn't now after 3 years, but she was. But whether she was or not, she was in charge of the border. And the other day I saw her get up and say, we will do this, we will do that. Why didn't they do it 4 years ago? Why didn't they do it? The damage is so bad, and so it's been done. She let in 21 million illegal aliens from all over the world, from prisons and jails and mental institutions and insane asylums, and they're terrorists at record levels, at levels we've never seen before. She cost you $29,000 a family through inflation price hikes, and now she wants a larger tax hike, and she wants to go the largest tax hike in American history. There's never been a tax hike like what she's proposing. She's going to raise your taxes a minimum of $3,000. She's a big taxer. And she was the original creator of Defund the Police. I think for all the sheriffs over here, if you're a partner in Defund the Police for even 2 days, you cannot be president. But she was one of the founders of Defund the Police, and she still believes that, by the way. I don't know how anybody could, but she still believes that. And if she ever had a chance, there's a good possibility she'd go back to it. Can you imagine? Somebody's robbing our house. Well, there's nothing we can do about it. That's what they say. There's nothing. You know, they tried it. And you know where they tried it? In Minnesota with our vice president. And it wasn't working out too well. It was working out very well for the robbers and the criminals. That's the only one it was working out well for. Kamala Harris vowed to abolish ICE. She wants mass amnesty and citizenship for illegals. And worst of all, she lost, and this is maybe the worst thing in the whole, that nobody talks, the fake news won't mention it. She lost more than 325,000 migrant children that are now dead in slavery or just plain missing, probably never to be seen again, never to see their parents again. But this isn't like, this is 325,000 have been lost. She praised the idea of a 70% to an 80% tax rate. She imposed a natural gas export ban on Pennsylvania, which is killing your energy workers and your pricing. You know, you have one of the highest energy costs in the country, and yet you're sitting on top of a massive amount of energy that she doesn't want to get. It's been a disaster for your state, and now she's vowed repeatedly. Now, all of a sudden, she changed her mind. But when, you know, with politicians, it's always the first statement that comes out to be the one they want. So she spent 14 years knocking fracking. We're never going to have fracking. We're not going to frack. All of a sudden, a little while ago, she came out, I love fracking very much. No, she'll go back to it. And she even endorsed free sex changes for illegal aliens in detention at taxpayer expense. I don't think Elon likes that idea. These are not ideas that Elon Musk likes too much. And it was just announced yesterday in California, and he took this one from me. I'm so upset. But think of it, that the far less than average governor, Gavin Newsom, has banned any and all ID requirements from voting and registering to vote. You're not even allowed to mention the fact, Elon, you're not allowed to mention the fact. You can't say, may I see your ID? If you do, it's a criminal act. This is a takeover of the country. You're not allowed to ask for an ID. If you do, it's a criminal count. Other Democrat states are following. This is only so they can cheat. There's only one thing that you do this for, so that you can cheat on elections. There's no other conceivable reason. Kamala Harris is a radical left Marxist. She is a woman that's not respected in Congress. She was laughed at Congress. Nobody thought she could win. You know, they did a coup of Biden. Whether you like him or not, I'm not a particularly big fan, but we had a debate, and the debate ended, and all of a sudden they come to him and they say, we want you out. You're not going to win the election. And he said, I don't want to get out. He got 14 million votes. If you believe in democracy or a system, he got 14 million votes. And she got none. She was the first one out, 22 candidates, and she never made it to Iowa. She quit before Iowa, and now she's running, and that's okay. But, you know, we spent $150 million beating Biden, and as soon as he was down and out for the count, they said, let's take him out. We'll give somebody else to run. Never happened before. We do a lot of firsts, I will tell you. We do a lot of firsts. But she's a person that rated even worse in every statistic than any other senator. She was rated at the bottom of the U.S. Senate. She's destroyed everything she touched, but the good news is that we have a plan to fix it. We're going to fix it. We're going to fix it fast. Nobody is going to stand for open borders. Nobody is going to stand for a bad military. Nobody is going to stand for education that's not proper. We're moving education back to the states. You're going to be running your own education. So we have, you know, in education, so important is what's more important than education, but we rank at the bottom of every list. They rank 40 major countries. We're at the bottom, but we're top of the list as the cost per pupil. We spend more per pupil, per student, than any other country anywhere in the world. So we're number one in that, and we're number 38, 39, or 40 every single time. And you have Denmark, you have Sweden, you have Norway, you have China. It's always a top 5. Can you believe it? China's a top 5. That's amazing. But we're going to move our education back to the states. So places like Indiana and Iowa and Idaho and states that you don't even hear too much of because they're so good and so well run, they're going to run their own education. And you know what's going to come out of that? A Denmark, a Norway, a Sweden, maybe, I don't even know, China. Can you imagine China with 1.4 billion people is a top 5, and we're close to 40. We are 40 sometimes. Starting on day 1, I will seal the border and stop the migrant invasion into our country. We will begin the largest deportation operation in the history of the United States. Dwight Eisenhower right now has that record. It's not, and by the way, it's not something I want to do. I dread having to do it, but we have no choice. What they've done to our country is not even believable, especially the criminals, the criminal element that's in our country. And again, all over the world, crime rates are down because they've taken their criminals and they've dumped them into the United States. And you know what? I would have been worse than them. I would have had it done even faster. They've dumped them into the United States of America, and that's what we have. And it's dangerous out there. We're getting them out. We're getting them out quickly. And we will defeat inflation, and we will make America affordable again. And it's going to start with liquid gold. We have more liquid gold, oil, and gas under our feet than any nation in the world, including Saudi Arabia and Russia. We will become energy independent like we were just 4 years ago. You know, 4 years ago, we were energy independent. Can you believe it? And then we were going to become energy dominant. We will be dominant within a matter of months, and we will make so much money. We are going to drill, baby, drill. And we will again open ANWR. Ronald Reagan tried to do it. Every single president from before Reagan tried to do it, and I got it done. ANWR is the largest drilling site anywhere in the world. It could be larger than Saudi Arabia, could be larger than Russia. It's in Alaska. And I got it done, and we worked to get it done. And one of the first things he did was terminate ANWR. And that was going to take care of all of Asia. That was going to make us so much money. We would have paid off debt. You would have gotten, I gave you the biggest tax reduction in history. You would have gotten even a bigger one. You were going to be just very happy. You were going to say, I like that guy very much. 20 million Americans are behind on their electric bills right now. It was just announced. 20 million Americans, they're struggling to pay their monthly bills at a record rate. There's never been anything like it. And it's all because of their anti-U.S. energy regime, which has caused Pennsylvania electricity prices to raise almost 50%. We will cut energy and electricity prices in half within 12 months. We will have your energy prices, your air conditioning, heating, cars if you buy a Tesla, which is good. It's good. We will have your energy prices cut in half. It'll be cut in half within a period of 1 year from January 20th, which is the day we take office. And that's going to save you a lot of money. And that's going to, in turn, bring down the prices of everything because, you know, more than anything else, people tell me about the groceries. The groceries are groceries. And what they're talking about is food. Everything's going to be coming down when we do that. We're also going to get your interest rates way down. We will bring automobile manufacturing back to the United States at levels never seen before, and we will turn the United States into a manufacturing superpower again. It hasn't been there in many, many years. We had it started 4 years ago. The centerpiece of my plan for a manufacturing renaissance will be a 15% made in America corporate tax rate. In other words, if you make your product in the United States, you get a rate. So I cut it from 39% to 21%. Everyone said that was impossible. I got it done, and we had the best boom we've ever had. We did more revenue when we had it at 21 than when it was at 39. Think of it, much more. The following year, we did much more. And then I'm going to take it from 21 to 15, which will make us the most competitive country in the world. Nobody will be able to compete with us. But that 15 rate only goes for those who make their product in America. They have to make their product here, otherwise they pay 21. And we will protect those companies moving into America and all of our existing companies with stiff tariffs placed on companies that don't move in. If they don't come in, if they don't want to make their product here, that's fine, but they're going to be tariffed. We have to protect our companies, and that's what we're going to do. The only way they can get out of paying those tariffs is to build their plants and factories in America. We may even be able to get Elon to build some of them. I think we will. And hire American workers for the job. We're going to hire American workers for the job. We will pass the Reciprocal Trade Act. If China or any other country charges us 100 or 200% tax, then we will likewise charge them a 100 or 200% tax. We had a lot of problems on that one with the Senate, and we're going to get that done. Think of it. They charge us, and we don't charge them. Now they charge us, we're going to charge them the same thing. Reciprocal. It's reciprocal. I will not let Mexico, China, or any other country sell cars into the United States to the detriment of our auto workers who will do better than they have ever done. We're going to bring back the car business like it was 50, 60, and 70 years ago. Everyone's going to want to be back here. And I will not approve Japan buying U.S. Steel 70 years ago, the greatest company anywhere in the world. It was the greatest company anywhere in the world, and now we have Japan buying U.S. Steel. I don't like that. We will deliver massive tax cuts for workers, and we will have a policy that I think is so great. No tax on tips. No tax on overtime. And no tax on Social Security for our great seniors. No tax. And you know, when you think of it, our seniors were hurt so badly. Inflation has killed our seniors. You know, they have a fixed income, and it just got worse and worse every week, every month. It's gotten worse and worse, and it's just horrible. And they haven't gone down. They've only gone up. Prices have still only gone up. And while working Americans catch up, we're going to put a temporary cap on the credit card interest rates at 10%. People are paying 28% interest, 25% interest. I will always protect Social Security and Medicare with no cuts. We're not going to do anything with Social Security, but they're going to destroy Social Security because all of the migrants coming in are going on between Medicare, Social Security, other programs, and nobody is able to afford it. I will settle the war in Ukraine. I will end the chaos in the Middle East, and I will prevent, I promise you, World War III. We're not going to have World War III. And right now, we're very close to having it. We will lead the world in space exploration. Thank you, Elon. We will lead the world in military, and we will reach Mars before the end of my term. Elon promised me he was going to do that. I don't know. Can you do that? Stand up. Can we do that? He wants to reach. I think he's going to do it. JD, work on him. Work on him. Work on him. JD is working on Elon. Now, he told me that we're going to win, and he's going to reach Mars by the end of our term, which is a big thing. Before China, before anybody, right? And my money's on that guy right there. We will rebuild our cities, including Washington, D.C., making them safe, clean, and beautiful again. And we will keep the U.S. dollar as the world's reserve currency. It's losing right now. It's losing right now, but I'll be able to do it. Other people won't. I'll tell these countries as they leave us I say, you want to do business in the United States? You're going back into the reserve currency. And if you don't, we're going to charge you a big, fat, beautiful tax to do business in the United States. And they're going to say, I would love very much to go back into the U.S. reserve currency. No, we're going to save it. But these people aren't going to save it. They don't know how to talk. They don't know how to think. Together, we will deliver low taxes, low regulations, low energy costs, low interest rates, and low inflation so that everyone can afford groceries, a beautiful car, and a home. Very basic. It's very basic. We will stop the invasion, end migrant crime, strengthen our military, build a missile defense shield around our country, keep critical race theory and transgender insanity. We're going to keep it the hell out of our school. We're going to keep that insanity out of our school. And as I said, we will keep men out of women's sports. So demeaning to women. You saw that in the Olympics. They have female boxing, women's boxing, and a young lady from Italy, very good boxer, very, very good. She was all excited, but she played a person who transitioned. A male transitioned to a female. And the young girl from Italy, beautiful young woman. I'm not allowed to say that anymore politically, but I'll say it. She was a beautiful young woman. If you say that, that's the end of your career, right? But it's not. If it is, so be it, okay? We've got to get back to real life. But this beautiful young lady is out, and she gets, boom, a little jab, left jab. And she goes back, oh, my God, I've never been hit like that. This is just like a defensive. Then he goes, the corner say, you can take her. You can. So they push her out. Boom, another one. And she says, that's enough. I can't do it. I can't take it. I've never seen anything like. So we had two people that transitioned. Both people, shockingly, won the gold medal in their division. So it's crazy. And if you look at weightlifting contests, they're the best of all. For years and years and years they go, they put an eighth of a pound on one side of the barbell, an eighth of a pound on the other, and they can't do it. And the record standing for 18 years, they just can't do it. And then a guy comes along who never lifted before, and he puts 100 pounds on, and he goes like this, like it's nothing. It's so demeaning to women. We're not going to allow it to happen. It's ending. No men playing in women's sports. And we will defend the Second Amendment, protect religious liberty, restore free speech, and we will secure our elections. Everyone will prosper, every family will thrive, and every day will be filled with opportunity and hope. We need hope. We need the American dream back, don't we? We're going to have the American dream. We're going to have the American dream, so every kid in your family is going to grow up and say, I want to be like Elon Musk. I want to have 200 billion in cash. I'm going to be like Elon Musk. That's the American dream. But for that to happen, we must defeat Kamala Harris, and we must stop her country-destroying, radical left agenda once and for all. We cannot have it happen. So you must get out and you must vote. Here in this incredible Commonwealth, we stand on the shoulders of generations of Pennsylvania patriots who gave everything they could give, every single thing for their rights and for their freedom. Pennsylvania is where our founding fathers declared American independence and sounded the beautiful Liberty Bell. It's where the Army weathered its brutal winter at Valley Forge, where General George Washington led his men on a daring mission across the Delaware, and where generations of tough, strong, beautiful miners and steelworkers put Pennsylvania's spirit into every single thing they did. And from Gettysburg to Germantown and Philadelphia to Barron Hill, and from Brandywine to right here in Butler, this is the place where Pennsylvania patriots poured out their blood with the love of their country. They love their country so much. And so in honor of all those American heroes who came before us, we will press forward, we will push onward, and together we will win, win, win. We're going to win, win, win. Nothing will sway us, nothing will slow us, and no one will ever stop us, no matter what dangers come our way, no matter what obstacles we must face. We will keep striving toward our magnificent American future. We will not fail. We will not allow ourselves to fail. From this day forward, we will always put America first, and we will take back and save the United States. November 5th, Election Day, will be the most important day in the history of our country. And together with the great people of Pennsylvania, we will make America powerful again. We will make America wealthy again. We will make America healthy again. We will make America strong again. We will make America proud again. We will make America safe again. And we will make America great again. Thank you, Pennsylvania. God bless you. God bless you, Pennsylvania.
Not playing that song. Although I do love that song. It's a really good one. All right, so let's go over the super chats that we received during the live stream. I want to definitely speak on a few issues to set the record straight, because I believe we have a couple of people in the chat that are not truly educated, and they have definitely been caught up in the propaganda. And then we'll end off on a couple of notes. So thank you for everyone who did join us during this live stream. It was actually pretty short if you think about it. I know people complain that he speaks too long, but I mean, at the end of the day, I want someone to be who they are. This is who Donald Trump is. He is an entertainer first. He's not a politician first. He's not going to say what you want him to say and act like someone he's not. And you either are going to love that or you're going to hate it. And I'm one of those people that love that, because I know Kamala Harris, I've yet to hear anything come out of her mouth where I truly felt in my heart, I'm like, wow, she truly believes that. Now, if I go back to 2019, she said a lot of things I know that she truly believed. There's no question, because she comes from California. I'm from California. I know that's who Kamala Harris really is. All this stuff that she's been saying over the past couple of months, that's not who she is. That's why it doesn't land for people. It does not sound authentic. So whether you love or hate Trump, it doesn't really matter how you feel about him. What matters is, are you taking the opportunity to truly educate yourself? Donald Trump is not a perfect person by any stretch, of course. He makes mistakes just like everybody else. There's no question about that. And that's why I said in the chat earlier, at the end of the day, the only way you could truly judge someone, because you don't even know them personally, right? I've never hanged out with Trump. You've never hanged out with Trump. You've never been around Trump. You've never slept in the same house with him or seen him in his darkest moments. So you really don't know him, right? And I really don't know Kamala Harris either. So what do we do in the end to know if we should trust these people? Just look at the results. And if we compare the results from when he was the president and we compare the results from Joe Biden and Kamala Harris and the Democrats, it's not a comparison. Okay? Everyone from the top down, their lives improved when he was the president. When Joe Biden and Kamala Harris came into office, only the ultra wealthy, only stockholders, only the elites, all right? Those are the people who truly became richer because of the last 4 years. Not the working class. The working class was left behind. Okay. How do we know that to be true? Because when inflation goes up, who does it impact the most? It doesn't impact the people on The View. It doesn't impact people on CNN. It doesn't impact Taylor Swift. No, it impacts that woman, that man, that mother, that father who's working paycheck to paycheck. That's who it impacts first. So when people are like, well, you know, Trump is a bully and he's mean and he's this and he's that. Fine. Okay, cool. He's a bully. What does that got to do with the results, though? If that's your perception, I'm not going to make someone believe something they don't want to believe. But I can point out what the facts are. And the facts are very clear. People right now are struggling. Not because it's Donald Trump's fault. Okay, not because the Republicans can't do their job. The Democrats have owned the government for the past 12 years. And if she gets elected, it's more than likely they will continue to own the government for the next 8 years. So if the polls are continuing to show that working class, union voters, blue collar, black men, Hispanic men, men under 40 are all moving away from the Democratic Party and they're now registering as Republican, what does that tell you? It's not about my opinion. It's what does the numbers say? The numbers say that people who are ultra wealthy, Mark Cuban, all of these people that I talked about, all these politicians, these celebrities, these athletes, they have become richer when Democrats are in office. That's just the bottom line, right? And the working class, the middle class, they have become poorer. And what I find funny is for so long, that used to be the Democrats' message, right? Everybody needs to pay their fair share. If everybody needs to pay their fair share, then why are ultra wealthy people becoming more wealthy and the poor is becoming poorer when you guys are running the government? Make that make sense. It's Donald Trump who gave the biggest tax cuts to everyone, from all the way from the top all the way down. But they want those tax cuts to expire. And now they want to tax people who make $400,000 or more, and they want to raise those taxes. So anyways, that was just my initial response. And I want to appreciate everybody that did join us live. Let me first go over the super chats, and then we'll get into some of those issues that needs to be clarified for some people in case they haven't taken the time out to do their research. All right, let's go to super chat thing here. And one more point that was just brought to my attention. Dead on. Why do all billionaires support Democrats? Why do Hollywood support Democrats? Why do athletes and celebrities support Democrats? Because majority of them, they cannot relate to what's happening with people today. These people are rich, like not like kind of rich. No, these people are like ultra rich, and they have a lot of influence. And if you think for 1 second that these people are being honest, you're confused. Okay, when you are that high in status, it's about power, it's about image, it's about protecting your bottom line. That's the fact of the matter. And if Trump really wanted to protect his bottom line, he would have never run for president. Think about that for a second. The only person to run for president and lose money. Remember, former President Obama was not rich when he became the president, but when he left office, how much is he worth now? $600 million. How does that happen? Right? So please don't get me started. All right, let's go through these super chats. Let's see here. Get Sideways. Thank you so much, Devori. Thank you. We got Lorena Suarez. Thank you so much. Anne, I don't want to butcher your guys' name, so I'll just put the first name here. Anne says, or Annie says, thank you, Devori. Your content is always top notch. Thank you for watching. TBA from, I believe you were from Australia, I want to say. I might be wrong. But you put, I pray the U.S. has the brains to ensure this man is the next president, as the alternative truly scares the rest of the world. I totally agree. Helen writes, thank you all for what you do. Thank you so much. Natalie puts, love your content. Keep it up. I will. Humor writes, great YouTube channel to really know the truth. Thanks, Devori. I appreciate you. Joseph writes, thank you, Devori. Thank you, Joseph. Cam writes, Trump will win. Jill Stein will help out with that. Very good point, especially in Michigan. Especially in Michigan. And that might be one issue I'll touch on before we end, is on the polls in Michigan. Because someone asked me, do I believe that Trump will win Michigan? And I do believe he will, because there's two factors that I think matter. Number one, RFK Jr. is still on the ballot in Michigan, and he's already publicly multiple times instructed his voters, whether that is 1% or 0.5%, to vote for Trump. That's number one. Number two, Jill Stein, it's reported that her polls are at about 60% with the Arab community. Now, what does that mean? Arab American community. I say Arab American because that is the name of the poll. That is the name of the organization that polls these Muslim individuals who live in Michigan. So I'm not saying it to be funny or anything like that. The poll said that almost nearly, I think it was 60% are voting for Jill Stein, 14% are voting for Trump, and 12% are voting for Kamala Harris. Now, if you think about it, if there's 100,000 people that live in Michigan that are part of this community, that means 60,000 votes are going to Jill Stein. Think about that for a second, right? So those votes absolutely matter. So that's point number two. And point number three, Kamala Harris is the weakest Democratic candidate to run for the presidency since I've been alive. Okay. I'm sure before the 80s, there was someone else. But as far as we can go back, there isn't anyone that was weak, that's been weaker than her, for sure. And the reason why I say she's weak is not to attack her personally. It's to say that, number one, she's a last minute candidate. So people won't get to know her. It doesn't matter that she was vice president over the last 3.5 years. She was muzzled over the past 3.5 years. She was hidden over the past 3.5 years. She was not out there campaigning. So people don't know her. Trump has been campaigning since when? He's been doing rallies since 2021. So, of course, people know Trump, and he was the president. So the burden for Trump to go out there and try to do extra to explain every little policy detail that he's going to deploy, it's lower for him and it's higher for her because he was already the president. He's just going to continue to do what he did last time. And then he's obviously added on no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security, cap the interest rates on credit cards, stop those foreign wars overseas, right? Shut down the border, right? Deport criminals out of this country. That's very clear, right? But when it comes to Kamala Harris, it's not clear because she's only been the candidate for what, maybe 45 days at this point. So unfortunately, that's what happens when you kick Joe Biden out of the race. And for the record, for the people in the back who've been in my chat trolling, the Democrats put themselves in this position. Okay, they were so obsessed with Trump that they forgot the possibility that Joe Biden would get power hungry and try to run. We know that when Joe Biden campaigned in 2020, he campaigned on the fact that he would only be the president for 4 years, that he would usher in a new generation of leadership, which is why you hear Kamala Harris use those words. Yeah, I represent a new generation of leadership. No, you don't. No, you don't. JD Vance is more like representing the new generation of leadership. He's only 40 years old. Lady, you're 60. That's number one. It would make sense if AOC was running for president and she said those words. But Kamala Harris has been in politics for a very long time. Anyways, I digress. That's what Joe Biden's presidency was supposed to be all about. And they were so obsessed with getting Trump that Joe Biden did what most people would do. I'm already the president. I should try to run again. Right? I mean, you are the commander in chief. No one's just going to walk away from that without a fight. And he did put up a fight. Everybody gets amnesia and they forget the rallies that he attended, that he hosted after that debacle from the debate stage in June, where he clearly yelled out, "They're trying to take me out of the race, but I'm not going anywhere. I'm still in this." He didn't say that once. He said that repeatedly. And then all of a sudden, Joe Biden gets COVID. We don't hear from him. And then he posts this unofficial letter on X, out of all places, right? Dropping out of the race. Didn't endorse her on that letter, by the way. And then like an hour later, he endorses Kamala Harris. So, at the end of the day, though, these are the problems the Democrats have put themselves the position that they put themselves in. They have invited these problems. They have been so obsessed with Trump that they have become the very thing that they accuse Trump of doing and being. That's what happens when you become hyper obsessed with someone. You have to understand there are so many people that wake up in the morning, their sole purpose in life is to stop Trump. My sole purpose in life is not to stop Kamala Harris. My sole purpose in life is to spread the truth, to make sure that your voice is heard, and to just offer a common sense perspective about what I think is going on in this country. And I hope in that endeavor that I'm helping people get what they want in their life. Maybe they want to hear somebody who has a common sense perspective. Maybe that puts a smile on their face. Maybe that gives them faith. That's what I wake up in the morning for. These people, on the other hand, especially on the left, they wake up in the morning hating Trump with a passion. I don't hate Joe Biden or Kamala Harris. I don't lose sleep over them. If she ends up becoming the president, my life is going to continue to go on, and I'm going to continue to do what I'm doing. She's not going to stop this train, but I still am going to do what I'm supposed to do to help make sure that Trump gets elected, right? So, I mean, I just think that people, they're too emotional and they have a lack of common sense around politics for some reason. And we have forgotten to disagree in a very respectful way, and we seem to no longer value facts and truth. And if people want to blame Trump for this and that, are you willing to hold the same standard for Kamala Harris? Are you willing to hold the same standard for the Democrats? That's my question to you. It's not hard for me to criticize the Republicans, right? Our Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, he pushed out at the end and removed the SAVE Act from the funding bill that they just signed before they went on vacation. Yeah, these guys, they're worthless. I don't have a problem saying that about those Republicans in Washington, D.C. Right? They're at times, they're just as bad as the Democrats. My question, though, people who support Kamala Harris, do they have the honest bone in their body to say the same thing about their own party? The fact that they try to use every legal resource available to them to remove RFK from the ballot. You guys recall that, right? They spent all that money trying to remove RFK Jr. from the ballot. And then once he endorsed Donald Trump, what did they do? Oh, now they got to use every legal resources to keep him on the ballot. I find that funny. Yeah, I think that's how I see it overall. Now, let's go over just a few issues here, and then we'll get to some of your comments in the chat here. And it's still happening because this gentleman here is singing. He's singing songs. I don't know the name of the song, but it's the song that was used at the end of the RNC. If somebody knows the name of it, just put it in the chat for everybody so they're aware. But he's singing it live. All right, so let's get to the first issue, which is policy. Okay? And when I say policy, there's only really 3 sections I'm going to cover briefly, and then I'm going to keep it pushing. The first one is immigration. If you want to have an honest conversation and you want me to say, hey, you know what? I agree. Donald Trump stopped the border bill that was brought to the floor in February of 2024. I can agree to that. But will you agree that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris did not lift a finger until March of 2024? That's when Joe Biden said, oh, shoot, I got to start issuing some executive actions here because the border bill didn't pass and I'm about to run for re-election, so I need to close the border. Will you admit that? Which means what? That they didn't do anything since they came into office. They intentionally repealed every single executive order from Trump's presidency when it came to immigration. Will you admit that? And will you admit that cause that they did led to the effect, which is everybody in the world has been coming to America? Right? It's literally an invasion. If you guys remember the clip, Jim Acosta, it's not an invasion, it's a caravan, Mr. President. No, it's an invasion. They are invading our country. Drug smugglers, sex traffickers, violent criminals, murderers. What are you talking about? They are invading our country, and they're happy to do it because they know there's no law and order. Listen, let's not lose common sense. When at least 10 million people cross the border, what does that say? That these 10 million people are willing to walk through some of the most dangerous areas in other countries. You won't find me in those countries walking where they did. I would not travel through some of the areas that they travel to. You travel through some of those areas, you get robbed, you get murdered, you get raped, all that stuff. They're willing to literally die to make it to this country. So what does that tell you about the message we've sent out into the world? We sent the message, the borders are open. The borders are open. Why would someone risk their life to make it to this country if they knew the border wasn't open? They wouldn't. They'd be like, hey, the border's closed right now. The only way I'm going to make it through is I got to go through the legal way. So let's not lose common sense here. That's the first thing, immigration. She loses on that every single time. And if she gets into office, they will continue to allow millions of people to come across the border. Now, a lot of you guys say, well, I've heard these talking points, and you know what, DeVore, I still don't agree. Okay, let me give you this fact. Why do the Democrats want the border open? It's very simple. And if you own a business, you already know where I'm going with this because I've owned businesses before. I've owned a home improvement company that is labor intensive. You want cheap labor. And let's be honest, me and you, we're not going to work for cheap labor. So the Democrats just think, let's just go ahead and lean in on that. We know Americans aren't going to really work for cheap labor. So let's just get as many immigrants as we can into this country and we'll just replace them. That's what's happening. And if you think I'm stupid, all you have to do is go to a construction site. You don't see 20 plus black people working at a construction site. You don't see 20 plus white people working at a construction site. You don't see 20 or more Asians working at a construction site. Let's just keep it real. And if you're in California, you exactly know what I mean. I don't think you've ever seen a black or white or Asian person on any construction site in California. Why? It's cheap labor. A lot of these people coming across the border, they'll take money under the table. It's nothing to them. And entrepreneurs who are trying to maximize that bottom line, they'll do it. It's just the truth. Now, what's the solution? Well, the only solution is that we need to stop taxing these companies so much money. We need to stop placing heavy regulation on companies that make them go down this road. Right? If the taxes weren't so high, if the regulation wasn't so high, then I could pay everyday Americans more money to work for my company. I would love to do that, but we have to be honest. That's not the way that this country is operated. So the live stream just ended. So let me go. Let's actually go here. Let me go to X while I'm on here. So first point is immigration. She loses every single time. And what's funny is that the Democrats cry about cheap labor, but they want to raise the minimum wage, make it make sense. They tell companies to pay their fair share, but they put companies in a position where hiring cheap labor just financially makes better sense. They're less likely to complain. They're hardworking. They show up on time, right? They'll take whatever you give them. I mean, can we just all be honest about it? So that's why they want the border open. That's part one. Part two is for voting reasons. Listen, what I don't understand is why people fail to do their research on this. They think this is a conspiracy. No, it's not. You understand that the population impacts electoral votes. It impacts how they redistrict, right? And how they draw the boundaries. It impacts the House of Representatives, right? Parts of Congress. It impacts all of that. And what the Democrats are doing is they're trying to plus up in certain areas that will give them the ability to have more leverage in elections. This is why, for the most part, when you have California and you have New York, that's half of the electoral votes already in the bag, right? So the Democrats, they're ahead of the game. They know where they want to take the country as far as elections go, because they want to stay in power. And that's what I see the difference in the Democrats and the Republicans is the Democrats are saying, well, listen, we can go back all day forth with our counterparts. And instead of just continue to fight them, what we're going to do is just change the laws to favor our party. That's what they're doing. So we just have to educate ourselves. That's all it is. That doesn't mean the Republicans are innocent on this issue either, because they share a lot of blame in all this. There's no question. But let's be honest about it, okay? Immigration is not, hey, we're just being very compassionate and we really want everybody to come to our country, and our country was found on everyone is an immigrant, and so that's why we don't mind. And guys, don't be that naive, okay? They're not doing this because they truly in their heart of hearts want this. They're doing this because financially it benefits them. When it comes to power, it benefits them. It does not benefit American people. Okay? So that's the first thing. Second thing is, let me go here. There we go. Second thing in regards to immigration. Actually, I'm done with immigration. All right. So the second thing is the economy. Okay. So I was going in the chat trying to tell people what the facts are. And the facts are very clear. The difference between Trump administration and Biden's administration is very clear. Under Trump, he removed probably more regulations than any president in history. Now, some of you guys, you hear the word regulation, and I'm not too sure it registers for you. So not to insult your intelligence, but to tell you, like there are so many laws and restrictions that cause companies to slow down and not actually grow to their true potential. Okay. Now, if I'm in California, as an example, if I think about ExxonMobil, they just left California. That's a huge corporation. We know that X is no longer headquartered here. We know that a lot of tech companies are going to Texas. Why is that? Because the state is not hitting them on every single turn with more regulation, right? And it's like this. It's like if you come to work for me and I have 1,000 rules that you must follow, sooner or later, and I continue to adopt more rules as time goes on, sooner or later you're going to throw your hands up and say, wait a minute, I can't work. I can't do this. I can't do that. I can't do this. And sooner or later you're going to be like, you know what? I can't do this. I got to go somewhere else where I have more freedom. That's what we need. We need freedom to grow and expand. We cannot be so restricted. And the Democrats love restrictions when it comes to regulation. So that is a big thing. And that's why a lot of companies under Trump was able to grow, which meant they were able to hire more people. And for the record, and again, because I have common sense and I do the research, who is to blame for why manufacturing jobs went into the trash? That, ladies and gentlemen, is Bill Clinton. And then George Bush didn't do anything to save those jobs, so they went off of a cliff. And then Obama comes in and he starts to bring back manufacturing jobs. And then Trump comes in and he builds upon that, and manufacturing jobs continue to increase. And then what happens? COVID hits. And then we bounce back from COVID, and the manufacturing jobs continue to grow, but at a slower pace than when Trump was in office. Now, I say that because a lot of people are too emotional to see both sides of the conversation, right? They just want to blame. They want to use Trump as a scapegoat, and you know it's funny. But anyways, I say that because the working class, and I think I said this before I even got into these points, blue collar workers, union voters, they're not voting for Kamala Harris. You guys do understand that, right? And so that's what the polls are showing. And so that speaks the entire story of the difference between the Trump administration and the Biden administration. And not only that, these corporations, stockholders, like I said, ultra wealthy people, they become richer because of the last 4 years, but not the middle class. So yeah, that's an indictment on the Democrats. What else with the economy? Obviously, everything costs more money because the government overspent. It's Joe Biden who signed the Rescue Plan Act. It's Kamala Harris who was the tie-breaking vote for the Inflation Reduction Act. Both of those pieces of legislation cause inflation to skyrocket. Bottom line. That's the bottom line. And so what's funny is you guys do understand when you raise prices, of course, the corporations are going to make more money. Why? Because they're charging more money. But why did they have to charge more money in the first place? Because it costed them more money. So when the Democrats get on TV and they cry that, oh my God, these corporations, they made so much money. Well, why did they make so much money? They made it because of you guys. You guys caused inflation. You gave them the green light to raise prices. So you guys have to understand how the playbook of the Democrats, the playbook is to bash these corporations, but they take money from the corporations. The corporations are donating to their campaign. You think they're really going to punish these corporations? Like, really? Like, just think about that. The amount of money that goes into these Democrats' PAC, it's insane. So they're not going to truly, do anything to these ultra wealthy individuals. I mean, if anything, it will look like they're charging them more money, but they get their money another way. So we just have to truly exercise some common sense here, people. And so what's happened is the rich has become richer, the poor has become poorer. And from a mindset point of view, guys, listen, everyone's responsible for their own life. Okay. You can't wake up in the morning depending on the government. Now, everybody maybe once in your life, a lot of people, you find yourself in that position. It's part of God's plan. Maybe that's part of your rock bottom, your struggle. My point is, your goal in life should not be to settle and depend on the government, because what you'll do is you'll train and program your kids to do the same thing, right? That's not what you want. So you want to do whatever you can, take whatever risk you can, move wherever you got to move, do whatever you got to do to never be in that position again. And that's what I would tell everyone. So anyways, that's the economy. Okay. That is the economy. And one more thing about the economy. I think this is good. Immigration has impacted the economy. When you allow millions of people to come into the country, they start demanding the same essential resources that me and you are demanding. From housing, right, to social services, to support services, to real estate, right? And when that happens, what ends up being the result? Inflation, because the demand has superseded the supply. And then from a management standpoint, you break the operations of the city. That's what's happened with Chicago. That's what's happened in New York. That's what's happened in Springfield, Aurora, Colorado. A lot of these local governments, they don't have the money to support these illegal migrants. So what happens then? Then the government starts to print more money so they can send the money to these local cities. So the government has a spending problem. You guys got to wake up to this. Right? So the illegal immigration impacts the economy. At the end of the day, we get the short end of the stick, not the people in Washington. See, that's the interesting thing. The people that we're electing to run the government, they really don't run the government. That's what Vivek Ramaswamy says, and he's dead on. They don't. What happens is they spend all their time running a campaign to get donations, right? And every now and then they pass a few pieces of legislation that makes their donors happy, and then they get reelected again. So why do I say all this? I say all this because that's not former President Trump. That's not America first. See, guys, look at the bigger picture. Why does Trump have such a huge influence today? Why is there this huge movement? It's not because someone woke up one day and said, I'm going to start Make America Great Again. It happened because the Democrats and the people in Washington started to fall asleep. And cause and effect is real in our lives. You fall asleep and you start selling out the working class in this country, sooner or later, they're going to wake up. And they are going to start having a voice. And that's former President Trump. So they gave birth to him. Their lack of governing this country in the right way to help American workers, they gave birth to the MAGA movement. There would be no Make America Great Again. There would be no Trump if former President Obama did his job. If George Bush did his job. That's just the bottom line. The establishment they've gotten so lazy. They don't even care to tell the truth. They don't even care to do anything right by you and me. So this is what happens. We are where we are. It's the populism versus the establishment. So anyways, yeah, that's the second thing on the economy. Now, the third thing, and depending on your stance on this, crime and safety. They lose on crime and safety too, because once again, there are gangs, smugglers, traffickers that have come into this country. It was reported that 320,000 kids have been lost under the border czar, that is Kamala Harris. She's not the border czar. She's not the border czar. You know what? She's the damn vice president. Second in charge. I don't care what you call her. It's their administration that has allowed 320,000 children to go missing. It's their administration that have seen the highest levels of fentanyl in this country. It's their administration that has the record number of border crossings. You can't blame that on Trump. So, again, crime has gone up. I did a video on this where they said it was only 8% of Philadelphia, by the way, or was it Pennsylvania? It was Pennsylvania. Only 8% of Pennsylvania law enforcement agencies report to the FBI. Crazy, right? Only 49% of law enforcement agencies in California report their numbers to the FBI. Crazy, right? So when the FBI comes out and they say, "Oh, well, you know, the numbers are lower than we've ever seen," I don't know. And you know what? Just so you guys know, this isn't my opinion. Let's go ahead and bring this up for you guys. Okay? Let's go ahead and bring this up so you guys can see it for yourself. And you guys can look this up yourself. Don't take my word for it. All right, there was a study done by the Marshall Project. Okay? The Marshall Project. This is from News Nation, which is an independent source, by the way. News Nation is a more independent news organization, unlike MSDNC. This is June 15, 2022. Okay? Listen to this. I want you guys to clearly hear this. The New York City and Los Angeles police departments are among the 40% of law enforcement agencies nationwide not sharing their 2021 crime data with the FBI. Pay attention. Pay attention. Let me scroll down here. Let me go to another stat here. Here it is. As of 2018, more than 16,000 agencies were submitting their data. But obviously there's more that isn't. And let me go back to me here while I find this other article. There's another article that that went more into depth by state. Let me see if I can find that for you guys. I already have a video on my channel. You guys can watch this on your own, where I go into depth about that. But anyways, I think you guys are getting my point. Okay. Right here. Police department's not reporting. Oh, here it is. Here we go. This is what we were looking for. All right, let's take a look at this really quick. Wrong one. There we go. All right. The Marshall Project reported that 31% of the 18,000 law enforcement agencies across the U.S. failed to report their crime data to the FBI. Okay, that's a slight improvement from 2021. Huh, crazy. Let's get to the states. Just 24% of New York's police departments sent the crime data to the FBI. Okay. Pennsylvania was the worst with just 9%. Got it. Maryland reported 38%. California came in at 49%. Illinois came in at 52%. New Jersey at 52%. The worst is Florida at 8%. So don't come over here about crime and data telling me that crime is down. It's not. The reporting of crime is down. You're right. The reporting of crime is down. Oh, but hold on. Let me do you guys a favor. Just one for you, okay? Just one for you. Let's do Chicago crime data. And I'm going to show you exactly how you prove this. You just go to the police department's website and they give you the total stats. And Chicago Police Department, you scroll down, historical comparison, and all you have to do is look at 2019, 50,000 total incidents that was recorded. So murder, crime, sexual assault, robbery, aggravated battery, burglary, theft, and motor vehicle theft. 2023, that number is 77,000. Stop it. These guys, they just lie to you, and it's crazy. It's crazy, and people just eat it up. They just think, oh well, hey, if that's what MSDNC says, it must be the truth. If that's what the FBI says, it must be the truth. What people don't understand is the FBI is political now. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris has proven that they've turned these agencies into their political counterparts. That's what's happened. So there you go. I think I put a knife to that whole conversation. So crime, she loses. Immigration, she loses. The economy, she loses. The only issue that she's going to win, and obviously because she's a woman, but what's interesting, she's a woman who's never had a kid, is the abortion conversation. And what's interesting is they push the abortion conversation because politically they know they're going to beat Trump on that issue. So that means Trump is already up 3-1. 3-1. And if you want to take in foreign policy, you can make it 4-1. Because there were no new wars when he was the president. Putin did not invade Ukraine under his watch, but he did invade under Obama, and he did invade under Joe Biden. So there you go. Now let's see here. Let's talk about. Matter of fact, you guys put a 1 in the chat if you felt that everything I just went through was at least 80% just logical facts, and maybe I sprinkle in 20% of my opinion, but I delivered some facts for you guys. It's up to you on what it means to you and how you want to interpret it. But tell me, did I do a good job? If I did, just put a 1 in the chat and let me know. If you felt that going over those numbers really made a difference for you and it just proved that they've been lying this entire time, just put a 1 in the chat, okay? Now, one more thing I'm going to do, just for good measure, is show you guys the numbers that you guys can look at yourselves. Except all. There we go. Let me zoom in here so everybody can see this. All right, let's go here. Wrong one. There we go. Apprehensions and expulsions registered by the United States Border Patrol from 1990 to 2023. Okay. The last time it was remotely high in comparison to where we are today was when Bill Clinton was the president. George Bush comes in the office, border crossings drop, then they kind of go up, and then the deporter-in-chief, also known as former President Obama, who deported more people than anyone in history, he obviously brought the border crossings down. Trump comes in the office, right? Border crossings are low again. They spike. Then he issues executive orders. By the way, Trump issued so many executive orders that they were challenged at the Supreme Court. And then COVID came in. Clearly, no one wanted to cross the border then. Joe Biden comes in the office. And what do you have? 1.6 million. Then his next year, 2.2 million. Then the next year, 2 million. Mind you, this is not counting the people who did cross. This is counting the people they turned away. Understand something. These are the people they turned away. I'm not counting the people who crossed. Okay? And then also the people that they didn't even know who crossed. They're not even in the numbers because they didn't catch them, right? So just in 2 years alone, 4 million. That's more than if you were to combine everything under the Trump administration. So, yeah. These Democrats, well, Trump dropped, he blocked the border bill, but the border bill didn't come till 2024. What were you guys doing in 2023? What were you guys doing in 2022? What were you guys doing in 2021? You came into office January 2021, not November 2021. So what happened the whole time? Right? If you guys think these are facts, put a 1 in the chat for me. Let's see here. This is another website I like to go to. It's called usafacts.org. And here we go. January 2021. It just goes up. It goes up. It just goes up. It's just sad. It is sad. Here we go. Let's see here. I was trying to find the total number, so I went to this website. Here we go. I wanted to see who crossed, right? Isn't that a good thing to know? All right. This is, okay, so from FY 2021, which means since Joe Biden's been in the office and Kamala Harris was in charge of the border, 2.8 million from Mexico, Guatemala, Honduras, Venezuela, 837,000 people from Venezuela. Wake up, people. Cuba, Haiti, Colombia, Ecuador, El Salvador, Ukraine, India, the Philippines, Brazil, China. So listen, if you guys want to say, well, the way Trump talks about it is very negative. Okay. So, but what does the numbers say? Right? We have to stop acting like we're in high school. I don't care about what Kamala Harris says. I don't care about what Joe Biden says. And it honestly doesn't matter what Trump says. What does the numbers say? And the numbers say that Joe Biden, technically, when it comes to immigration, he's been the worst president in history when it comes to that issue. When it comes to that issue, he gets whatever's worse than the F, that's him. And she was put in charge to mitigate the causes or the root causes of migration. Oh yeah. She definitely excelled in that area. She went down to these areas, and what happened after? Everybody started crossing the border. What does that tell you? What does that tell you? I'm going to give you guys another number on this. All right, I'm going to give you guys another number. All right, here we go. Let me share my screen. I want you guys to think about this and compare it to the amount of money they had pledged to give the Hurricane Helene survivors. You see that number? $150 billion. This was May of this year. This is from the government. This is not my opinion. This is from the government, part of the government that looks at the budget and figures out how much is the government spending. This is not my opinion. I'm just looking at what the numbers say. The numbers say that we spent $150 billion on illegal immigration. But we have schools where our kids, they can't read. We have schools that for some reason are still experiencing mass shootings, right? We have crime that's up in these sanctuary cities, right? We've got veterans who can't get benefits to save their life. We got people who can't buy a house. But we have 150 million to bring across the border, more than 10 million people who we still don't know. Do they truly care about what our values here, what our values are in this country? Will they truly follow the law? According to the crime data that I showed you out of Chicago, that's not happening. That doesn't mean every single migrant that's crossed the border is evil. No, that doesn't mean that. What it means is the more people you allow to cross the border, the higher that you're going to have criminals, smugglers, traffickers cross the border too. It's just common sense. Okay? So 150 billion. Wow. Let's see what else they say about this. Here it is. 150 billion cost of the border crisis. Let's see here. The Federation of American Immigration Reform has done a great job. Studies suggest this cost is upwards of 400 billion, but their cost estimate is 150 billion. The lion's share of that cost is borne by state and local governments. State and local governments can't borrow or print money like the federal government, so they have to balance their budgets by either absorbing this cost through raising taxes, or they have to cut services to their citizens. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this is exactly what happened with Chicago. This is why Mayor Brandon Johnson has the lowest approval rating of any mayor in history of Chicago. Why? Because he has cut programs that was for the local communities. He has diverted resources. He has taken schools, local community centers, and now they're being used to house the illegal immigrants. Call them legal immigrant. I don't care what you call them. They are there to house them. So you're taking, in order to give in this country from a local government perspective, you got to take from somewhere because you're not the federal government. You can't just shit money out of your ass, right? I had to curse because that's what it is, right? So they're dead on. You know, they have to cut certain programs. So they got to take in order to give. And they're giving more than what they had planned to give. And they're taking more than what they had planned to take. Now, some people believe this is why Mayor Eric Adams is done. Because he's the only mayor that came out publicly as a Democrat and said, hey, this is a problem. And now we see what happened to him. That's all speculation, of course, but I wouldn't put it past them. Because they've tried everything in the book to get rid of Trump and to get rid of RFK Jr. They've done that. They've used every legal resource to do whatever they needed to silence their political opponents. So is it really a stretch to think they do the same thing to Mayor Eric Adams? No. And obviously, if everything they say is true about him, hey, that's on him. He probably shouldn't have taken money that way. So anyways, that's what the numbers say, right? 400 billion is what they're claiming. Sorry, this thing is, there we go. Oh yeah, I forgot. They denied that there was a problem. Do I need to show you guys the clips? Who wants to see the clips of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris claiming that the border was secure? Who wants to see that? Because we're on a fact-finding mission right now, right? I think we would enjoy that. If you want to see that, put a two in the chat. You guys want to see that? Put a 2 in the chat. We are going to look at the facts, right? Because we got a lot of opinions, but are we reporting the facts? Right? Border is secure. Let's see here. Kamala Harris, plenty of clips of her saying that the border is secure. Joe Biden was saying that the border was secure. What happened? If the border was secure, why'd you have to issue executive orders? Why is that? Here we go. Here's a good one.
Border secure.
Let's watch this one. Let me zoom in here. And we're going to go here. Does that work? Yeah, I think that works, right? All right. Let's listen to this.
The border is secure.
You're confident this border is secure?
We have a secure border.
After decades in law enforcement, I know the importance of safety and security, especially at our border. As president, I will bring back the bipartisan border security bill that he killed, and I will sign it into law.
Would you call the border secure?
The border is secure.
You're confident this border is secure?
We have a secure border.
So in 2022, she says the border was secure. She said the border was secure, but in 2022, they had a record number of crossings, 2.2 million. How is that possible? Hey, it's not my opinion. This is what she said. She said the border was secure. Right? That's what she said. So why is there a disconnect? Can anybody explain that to me? How do you explain that? Here we go. Here's a better clip. I want to beat this horse until it's dead and gone. Okay? Let's hear it.
The border is secure, but we also have a broken immigration system, and it needs to be fixed.
We're going to have 2 million people cross this border for the first time ever. You're confident this border is secure? Secure?
I think that there is no question that we have to do what the president and I asked Congress to do. Is the first request we made: pass a bill to create a pathway to citizenship. The border is secure.
We're going to have 2 million people cross this border for the first time ever. You're confident this border is secure?
We have a secure border, in that is a priority for any nation, including ours and our administration. We also have to put in place a law and a plan for a pathway for citizenship for the millions of people who are here and are prepared to do what is legally required to gain citizenship. We don't have that in place because people are playing politics. By the way, you want to talk about bipartisanship on an issue that at one time was a bipartisan issue, both in terms of Republican senators and even presidents.
There's no Border Patrol agents here. There's no buses to process because they're so busy with the rest of this human sector. We're actually on the other side of the border wall. And one thing that we actually start to notice here is when we start up to Los Algodones around this time, you'll see lots of trucks and cars dropping off the migrants, and then from there the migrants will then cross in here. Hola, son Nicaragua, de Cuba? Matute, Peru. Peru. Petro. The reason why they're actually going this way is they've been coordinated by the human smugglers to go around the gap here. So the reason why they're going to keep walking is because they're going to avoid this border wall, and they're going to actually enter through an opening there, and then they'll be in the United States and be processing. Behind me, a group of Russian migrants just crossed illegally into the United States. One thing that we're starting to notice here in the human sector is we're constantly running into Russians every single night. So their English is not too good, but we try to communicate and do an interview, and they say that the reason that they're coming into the United States is because they do not support the war, they do not support Vladimir Putin. So this is particularly interesting to see, Russians flying in, getting into Mexico, and from Mexico basically making the journey and then crossing illegally with these groups from Peru, from Cuba, from Venezuela. This is so far the biggest line that I've seen in Yuma. And check this out, we have migrants from all over. From India? Yeah. India here. India here, and Cubans.
All right. I think that horse is dead, right? I think we've hit that out of the park. Okay. So the border is not secure. We know that. More people have crossed than any time in history. We know that. We heard in her own words that she said the border was secure in 2022. Obviously, that was a lie. And this is the other thing. They called Trump's border wall racist. You guys remember that? They said, no, that border wall, that's racist, man. Why would you do that? Well, as you can see when we watch that clip, Mr. Now, obviously, the border wall didn't do anything because there's gaps in the border wall. Have you guys seen that? Have you guys seen the gaps in the border wall? Because remember, Trump had some of the border wall built, you know, it's funny how they wouldn't allow him to finish the border wall, but they want to send billions to Ukraine. Make that make sense? I don't know. I just wanted to bring that up, but let's see here. So, yeah, let's check out this video. So what Arizona had to do is they had to fill in the gaps. That's what this lady is reporting from News Nation.
We're here in Somerton where they just completed part of this stretch of closing the border here in the Yuma sector. Right now you can see these are 2 layers of shipping containers here. Now on top of the shipping containers is a row of concertina wire. It's kind of like razor wire to prevent illegal crossings. Now the spokesperson for the governor telling me this cost $6 million. The governor tweeting out a little bit earlier, it is completed. They said they completed this morning, but then look it just ends. There's nothing here. So the shipping containers just end and the gap is kind of still very open.
Yeah, oh, look at that. There we go. They're crossing right there. They go through the gap. That's what I want you guys to see. So listen, can we use some common sense? If we were in their shoes, we would cross the border too. We would go through the gap. I mean, so when Trump was trying to build the border wall, they say, oh, well, Trump's playing politics. You guys played politics when you wouldn't let him finish the actual border wall. So what are you talking about? Yeah. So here's another good one. Take a brief look at it. Let's go here. This lady's there reporting. Okay. So that's another gap. I mean, who builds a wall, but there's gaps there? That doesn't make any sense, right? Let's see here. Yeah, little holes in the thing there. That's them trying to finish it when he was in office, I believe. Oh, this is Texas actually trying to do it. All right, I'm done with this. So, anyways, guys, I think the biggest issue right now is immigration and the economy. And as far as the immigration goes, there's 2 conversations to debate. Number one is immigration, meaning what is the pathway for people to become a citizen in this country? That's a great conversation to have. And I think everyone is to blame. Everyone. But border security should not be a debate. Border security should just be common sense. The border should be secure. Right? And that's where Kamala Harris has failed as the borders are. Don't let people tell you otherwise. All right, let's get to some super chats and questions. And to see if we still have some trolls in the chat. Let's see here. Yeah, very secure, right? Let's see here. Let's see. Let's go to some questions. Cecilia Jackson writes, I was in Hurricane Helene. FEMA gave me $0. The Democrats have done the worst job ever. They are turning USA into a third world country. Okay. So the FEMA situation. Okay, so let's clarify a couple of things with that. I guess that would be a good talking point, and then I can wrap up. So every year we know that the government has to do a budget, right? And they set money aside for the illegal migrant crisis. So FEMA has sent money to cities for emergency situations due to illegal migrants. Okay. That number was 780 million, I think it was, that they reported. And then there is money that they set aside for disaster relief. So when a hurricane hits, tornadoes or whatever, then there's a pot for that. So the problem that's taking place is, as I stated earlier in the video, where they saw the hurricane coming. Okay, they saw the hurricane coming. The government knew the hurricane was coming. Okay, and they could have went to Congress and said, "Hey, Congress, we need to plus up." They didn't do that, and so Congress went on vacation. You guys do know that Congress is on vacation right now, right? They went on vacation, and then Mayorkas, who's as corrupt as you can be, comes out and states, "Oh yeah, we're not going to have enough money to make it to the end." You're just now saying that? Like, I'm sure you knew that already, right? And obviously, we have to take a moment to shout out and send our prayers to people who, if you're watching me right now and you are from that area, my prayers, go out to you. I'm sending you my love. I'm sending you, positivity. And I hope that, or I don't hope, I believe that things are going to work out for you. And you will be stronger than you've ever been. And I say that because that's the way life works, in my opinion. But definitely, if you guys know of anybody, send them your support. One thing that you guys can do is go to the GoFundMe that Trump put out there for these individuals. Let me put it on the screen so you guys can see it for yourselves. There we go. Let me make it bigger for you. There we go. Hurricane Helene victims, Trump authorized $6.5 million so far. Top donation was $500,000 from Steve and Andrea Wynn. Don't know who that is, but wow. Let me see here. Steve Witkoff. Yeah, I heard about him. Senator Kelly, I don't know how to pronounce that. Bass Pro Shops. William Ackman, Dana White, 100,000. Dan Newland. And James, I don't know how to pronounce that either. So yeah, you guys can, if you have the money, send it their way. The goal was only $1 million. So I would imagine that someone who is as selfish as MSDNC says he is, why would he do a GoFundMe if he's so selfish? I don't know. It's a good question, I guess. So yeah, they are obviously offering the $750. There are people saying that no, they cannot receive the $750. There is also reports about how out of the 99 counties that were impacted by the hurricane in Georgia, only 11 initially got relief from FEMA. That caused the governor, Brian Kemp, to complain to Biden to the point where they only offered, I think it's up to 35 counties out of the 99. So yeah, politics for you, right? You would think at a certain level, just give them the money that they need. You guys are already sending all the money to Ukraine. What difference? What difference does it make? And if you guys want to know what that amount is, let me tell you. This is, I want to get one that's, oh, what is that? Sorry about that. So in May 2024, I actually like going to the source because, people can lie on their websites. Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget writes, Congress has now approved nearly $175 billion of aid and military assistance to support the Ukraine government. This also includes another $61.7 billion, which is 64% of the total budget authority included within the law, with the remainder dedicated to Israel and the Indo-Pacific region. This is on top of the $113 billion of emergency spending previously approved throughout 2022. So, yeah, we're not talking about millions. We're talking about billions. Just makes you think. Makes you think, what the heck is going on? Right? Now, understand something. For people who don't like the Ukraine-Russia war, the only silver lining is because the war has dragged on as long as it's gone, the Russian military has truly been depleted. The Russian military on day one is not the same military today, right? Most people have been killed. They've had to spend money. They've had to exhaust resources, ammunition, weapons. And so maybe that is a good thing. But at what cost? Millions of people dying, billions of dollars being sent to overseas. But then when we're asking for FEMA to do what they need to do, let me put it to you this way. Why the hell is the Department of Homeland Security Secretary coming out and stating that FEMA has no money, that they're going to run out? Why is that? That makes no sense. Let me tell you why it makes no sense. Do you know how many hurricanes have been happening over the past 4 years? Does anybody know the answer? Anybody know the answer? Okay, let me tell you right now. And I want to bring it up so you guys get to see it for yourselves. And you don't have to take my word for it. Here we go. Let's see here. How do I... Oh, that's there we go. That's what I was looking for. Okay. So let me share this. So this is the number of hurricanes by decade. Now, the good news is we haven't broken the record yet. The record is back in 1880, 25 hurricanes. And then 1940s was the second with 23. Now, my thing is this. So the decade of the 2000s, we had 19, then we had 13, and then we're up to 10 right now. And the reason why it's a problem is because it's only 20, that's based on 2023. So in 3 years, there's been 10 hurricanes, which means what? That we're pretty much on pace to probably at least hit 19 again. And the point that I'm trying to make is, I know they have people in the room telling them that there's going to be disasters that are going to strike. So why would we ever have an issue when it comes to budgeting? That doesn't make any sense. They're able to forecast and predict. I mean, are you guys paying attention? Like, how could FEMA come out and say we're running out of funds? How does that happen? How does FEMA run out of funds? Why would he publicly say that? What do you guys think it is? Why do you guys think it is? That's what I'm so curious. Now, I hope you guys do understand that Congress is the one who authorizes funding to FEMA, by the way. So it takes your senators and your representatives to do their freaking job. So the only way the government is going to wake up and truly be held accountable is with your vote. See, when we stand up as people and we vote people out of office, they start to pay attention. Think about it. When Joe Biden took office, the biggest regret from the Republican side is that when it came to turning out the vote, when it came to knocking on doors, when it came to chasing ballots, they failed at that in 2020. So they lost the election. Now, some people say they cheated. It doesn't matter. The bottom line is Joe Biden assumed office and Donald Trump went back to Mar-a-Lago. So what happened? The Republicans woke up and said, oh, crap. Hey, we gotta be better. And now they've been better. And the only way you can demand, whether you're a Democrat or Republican, for them to be better is with your vote. If you do not agree with what Joe Biden has done to the economy, don't vote for Kamala Harris. Because that's the only way the Democrats won't do it again. They can't get... See, when we enable the behavior with our votes, we can't complain. My wife and I, we live in California, which you guys know. When the recall effort became official and Larry Elder went against Gavin Newsom, we voted for Larry Elder. But you know what's interesting about that election between Larry Elder and Gavin Newsom is that most people didn't show up and vote. And these are the same people complaining. Wait a minute, you can't complain. Where were you at when Larry Elder went up against Gavin Newsom to get him out of office? You were nowhere to be found. And by the way, this isn't the first time that California has done this. They voted someone out before and Arnold Schwarzenegger became the governor. He became governor through a recall effort. So it can happen, but you can't have it both ways. You can't complain but then continue to... See, that's the interesting part about this election cycle for everyone here. Will citizens in Chicago vote for Trump? Will they sit it out? Or will they still show up and vote for Kamala Harris? Will the people in New York City do the same thing? Will people in Virginia, North Carolina, South Carolina, Florida, Georgia, Tennessee, all those people, especially the liberal community in Asheville, will they vote for Kamala Harris? Even when they see that the results are disastrous. At a certain point, you have to say that it's insanity. It's insanity because we'll never be able to hold these people accountable if we continue to vote them in. The only way that people, regular citizens, can hold the government accountable is through the way that they vote. Because that's what they pay attention to. They pay attention to the polls. They pay attention to how the country is shifting. And if the country is shifting a certain way, then they realize, oh crap, we have to adapt. And if they feel that they don't have to adapt, they're not going to. If they feel that they don't have to accommodate me or you, they're not going to do it. Why do you think the Democrats never do anything for black people? Because they've already proven that black people will never hold the Democratic Party accountable. So they get away with it. Why do you think Democrats never pass pieces of legislation for the black community? But they pass a hate speech law for Asian Americans, but they didn't pass one for black people. I thought you guys were for. I thought Black Lives Matter. I thought people are racist towards black people. I would assume you would come out and you would say, hey, this is we're going to pass a law that says, you know, if you say anything to black people, then you can be this or that. I'm going down the road of their logic, okay? And I'm proving my point that every election cycle, Democrats come out and pander to the black community and tell them Republicans are racist, Donald Trump is racist, he's not for you, he's never done anything for black people, he will never do anything for black people. Vote for Kamala Harris. But what has Kamala Harris done for black people? Can anybody tell me? Can anybody tell me what she's done for black people? Nothing, right? She hasn't done anything for black people. So when I hear this, let's listen to this. When I hear his message from her rally yesterday, all I can do is laugh. because this is a billionaire saying this. Okay? Let me go here. All right, let's play it.
Our black men, we got to get them out to vote. That's number one. Kamala's opponent promised a lot of things last time to the black community that he did not deliver on. And we got to make sure we help black men understand that. So that's why I'm here, to make sure I help black men understand. First, get out and vote, and then vote for the next president of the United States, Kamala Harris.
Okay, so the picture on the right is Magic Johnson's biological son. Okay. Now listen, it's his right to do whatever he wants to do with his body and change his name. Kudos to him, whatever. But this is my point. He's going in with the argument that black men need to remember that Trump didn't do anything for black men. Okay, so let me get this straight. Are we going to forget about Meek Mill? You want us to forget about ASAP Rocky, who was locked up in prison overseas? Who got him out of there? You know, ASAP Rocky did not sit in prison for a year like Brittany Griner did. Do we want to talk about that? See, that's the interesting thing about black people is they'll never hold the Democratic Party accountable. It's the Democrats who created the KKK. Oh, we don't want to talk about that. It's the Democrats who oppose the civil rights legislation. They're the ones who put up the biggest fight. I can go on, but it doesn't really matter because they don't want to do their research, and there's only certain facts they will acknowledge. They won't look at everything and say, well, we got to look at this too. See, I respect someone who disagrees with me if they're willing to admit on their side there are discrepancies and things that are true about them too. Right? So if you say, well, Trump hasn't done anything for black people. Okay, well, did Joe Biden? Now, understand something. I know what just happened recently. They ended up announcing billions of dollars of funding to HBCUs. But why did it take until you were thrown out of the race knowing you weren't going to get reelected, and now Kamala Harris is running, for you to do that? Why didn't you announce that last year? Or the year before that? Or the year before that? It's interesting. That's all. It's interesting. So, yeah, I was saying all this because we will never be able to hold them accountable if we continue to vote them into office and think it's going to be different. It's not going to be different because they are doing what? They are taking advantage, assuming that you're going to vote for them anyway. Right? So let's look at some poll numbers. And then I'll get to some of your guys' questions. I know we have some questions to address. Let's see here. Let's see. Let me bring up some polls for you. See if I can, where are we at here? That's not what I'm looking for. Let's see here. I want to find one that's very recent. All right. I think I'm going to answer your questions while I continue to look for this. Because I just want to see some numbers. I don't want to read anything. All right. I know we have some new super chats, so let me go through that first. Jason Rodriguez says, "Thank you. Appreciate you watching, Jason." Oh, this one right here. "Thank you, Devori. Thanks for your service." Thank you. Charles Vargas writes, "Thanks to you, two people have turned to Trump. Thanks for spitting the facts. Wow. We really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Listen, don't, how do I say this to everyone watching? Don't vote for someone because they're black, they're white, they're a man, they're a woman. Vote for them because you know, policy-wise, results-wise, that they are the better option. Democracy Dudes, thank you so much. JF, you the man. Thank you, JF. Don M, thank you. I am a believer writes, do you think they have technology that can control the weather? I know, silly. Well, we already know that they can seed clouding or clouds. So we know that, meaning we know that they can create clouds. That's not a conspiracy. That is proven. We know that, and I don't know if you guys know that, but I've read countless studies and articles that say Saudi Arabia purposely will use that technology to make sure it rains over there. Whatever. But does that mean that Hurricane Helene was manufactured? I don't think so. I think Hurricane Helene, that's what God wants. I think that's exactly what that is. When you see that amount of damage, I would say that's God's handling. That's God on that one. Either way, the better question is, how does Hurricane Helene impact the election? Because we already know, and again, we send our prayers and thoughts to people who are affected right now and who are there. They may have lost loved ones. They may have been displaced. So we want everything to work out for them quickly, nicely, and financially. But how does this impact the election? Well, the better question is what counties did the hurricane hit? Obviously, it hit a lot of rural areas, which means that the Trump campaign is going to have to, they may have to modify their strategy. They may have to think outside the box to get these people to still vote and show up. A lot of people were displaced, of course. I think that's the big thing. So as long as the Trump campaign sees that and they do that, which I don't see why they wouldn't, then, it's good on their side. Now, on the Democratic side, this will impact the election for them because I don't see if the reports are true, okay, because you have to understand, you've got congressmen who are there on the ground, congresswomen who are there on the ground stating that FEMA they're there, but they're not there, if that makes sense. Like when I was in the Army, it's not like it's a military base, right? Where like you've got all these National Guard troops setting up every road you drive down. There's a checkpoint. Every local area where you could pick up supplies is being operated by FEMA. Where you've got hundreds of helicopters in the sky rescuing people. That's not happening. Okay, what's happening is that most of the people in the sky, helicopter-wise, are private organizations, not FEMA. So it makes you wonder, how prepared was FEMA for this hurricane? Clearly, they were not prepared. Maybe they didn't think it would be this bad. But I would assume that FEMA should be in the business of assuming the worst. And they didn't do that. So now they're caught with their pants down. Now you see people that are there with their own cell phones reporting what's happening over there, and it's nothing good. That's why FEMA tried to drop the website for rumors. Okay, and so we'll find out in this election how people really feel about the government, FEMA, and the current administration. We'll find out, just like we'll find out if people are really upset about illegal migrants and these sanctuary cities. We'll find out. And we'll also find out if people are truly upset with the economy. Because the only way to know if they are really upset, that it really impacts their life, is they'll go to the ballot box and they will vote for Trump. Or they will do a protest vote and not vote for him, but they won't vote for her either. or they will vote third party, but they won't vote for Kamala Harris. That's how you'll really know. Because see, on the conservative side, there are people complaining, but we know we're voting to do something about it. We're not going to vote the same people in that broke the economy, that broke the border, right? That has enabled chaos in the Middle East. We're not going to vote for that again. But the question is, if you're on the left, you're a Democrat, you're a liberal, progressive, are you going to vote for that again? Which brings us to my final thing I'm going to talk about and then wrap up the stream, because someone asked me this question, was about Michigan. So what I'm going to do with you guys is share with you the Michigan polls. Okay. That study that I was talking about earlier today, that showed that a huge support for Trump and Jill Stein in those areas. Okay. Let's see here. And how that could also impact the election. Here we go. Finally found a poll. Sheesh. All right, let me put this in reading mode. All right, here we go. You guys can take a look at this. All right, October 2nd, 2024. Former President Trump garnered more support from Arab Americans than Vice President Kamala Harris, continuing a dramatic departure from past political norms. Trump bested Harris 46 to 42% among likely Arab American voters as the Democratic presidential nominee scrambles to win back the key bloc amid friction over the Israel-Hamas war. According, and that's why I told you, that's why I said it, it's according to an Arab American Institute survey. Let's see here. In the past, Arab American voter turnout has hovered around 80%. So that's not good. That is not good for her. These are people in Michigan, okay? Remember, there was a mayor in Michigan that also endorsed former President Trump who was Muslim. So that's going to be a problem too. Right? So let's go through the things that that are going to impact this election and why Trump's going to win, in my opinion. So, number one, he wins on immigration. Number two, he wins on the economy. Number three, he wins on crime and safety. Number four, he wins on foreign policy. Okay? He loses on abortion, and he's going to lose on democracy. All right? 4-2. Kamala Harris. She's going to lose on immigration. She's going to lose on the economy. She's going to lose on crime and safety. She's going to lose on foreign policy. She'll win on abortion and she'll win on democracy. That's 2-4. That's the way that I see it. That poll from Arab American Institute shows that. She's losing on foreign policy because people do not agree what's happening with Israel and Hamas. People who support Palestine don't agree. People who are Jewish don't agree, not of the war, but on the way that anti-Semitism has increased on our college campuses because of the war. And the current administration hasn't really done anything about it. Okay? So Joe Biden can come out and, celebrate the jobs report. They can come out and continue to say, we have the greatest economy. We have the lowest inflation. We got the lowest border crossings, et cetera, et cetera. But what they're failing to realize is the damage has been done. People are not going to forget that. A lot of the damage has continued to be done to them, meaning cost of living has not come down. And when people go to vote, they're going to remember that. It's the bottom line. And telling people that Trump is a threat to democracy, it's kind of stale at this point. Right? I mean, a lot of people are starting to see okay, you've been saying Trump is such a threat. And I want you guys to tell me if you agree with me in the chat. If you agree, put a 3 in the chat to the statement I'm about to make. If Trump is such a threat to democracy, why would Kamala Harris be the nominee? Wouldn't they put up someone who's a stronger candidate, who has a better record, who is more confident in speaking unscripted and off the cuff, who can do interviews every single day, can go on podcasts every single day, that world leaders would probably fear and respect? If Trump is such a threat to democracy, why would they settle for Kamala Harris? Tell me if you guys agree with that question. Why? If Trump is such a threat to democracy, why would they call him personally and apologize for the 2 assassination attempts? Think about it. If he is so bad for our country, don't you think they would have put up somebody better? Right? Don't you think by now he would be in prison? I'm just saying. Right? And they say threat to democracy, but we know the country is not really a democracy. It's a constitutional republic, which is a limited democracy. Okay, there's 3 branches of government. There can't be another January 6th. Why? Because even if he won, he can't run again. So if he's such a threat to democracy, why isn't Kamala Harris going out there and going to the middle class and speaking to them? Why is she hiding so much? Right? Let me share some numbers about this point that I'm making with you. I think you guys will appreciate this. So that when you're talking to some of your friends or your colleagues or people who are still on the fence and they just can't get over it, you got to give them these numbers. Let me share this with you so you see what I see. Poll after poll shows that voters want to hear more details from Kamala Harris about her policies. But she still trails far behind Trump in media interviews and has done 0 press conferences. Total media interviews: Harris Walls 23, Trump Vance 63. That's not double, that's triple almost. Wow. So if Trump is a threat to democracy, wouldn't you have more interviews than he does? Right? Wouldn't you literally be campaigning 2 times, 3 times, 4 times a day? Why is it that Trump has done 3 rallies at times in one day? Right? If she believes, put a 3 in the chat if you agree with this. If she believes that Trump is the worst thing for the middle class, then why is she not talking to them? Why hasn't she held a town hall for blue collar union voters? Why has she only held a town hall with Oprah for women? If Trump is such a threat to the middle class, if he's such a threat to manufacturers, if he's such a threat to middle class and blue collar workers, why hasn't she done a rally, a town hall, a press conference speaking to them? See, that's why she'll lose, because a lot of it is not because she truly believes it. A lot of it is because the people running her campaign tells her to say that. So what's happening is this. She has the best people running her campaign. And I want you guys to look at this from the perspective of sports. Let's take 2 NFL teams. NFL team A is called the Democrats, okay? She's the quarterback. And NFL team A brings in the best coaching staff known in history. But when it came to the draft and historical history, she's like one of the weakest quarterbacks in the league. She's just good enough to start on an NFL team, but she is not a top 10 quarterback. Now let's go to NFL team B, which is the Republicans. They have, in some respects, not historically the best people running a campaign. But what they do have are people who are very savvy, very nimble. They don't waste money. They have a smaller staff, right? And these are people who keep their ear to the ground. Okay, they listen to the people a lot, and but they're a great staff. Okay, they're not trash. They're great because they won a championship before 2016. So the quarterback, which is former President Trump, let's say he's top 10. We're not even going to say he's the best quarterback. Let's just say he's top 10. Top 10 quarterback with a top 10 coaching staff going against another team who's got the weakest quarterback, but they have the best coaching staff. Now, one would think it's going to be a close game, right? It would be a close game. I think we would all agree to that. But when the game is on the line and it's the fourth quarter and there's 2 minutes to go, do you really believe that weak-ass quarterback is going to win that game for that team? No. That top 10 quarterback with that top 10 coaching staff, they will beat them. Because the one thing in the NFL, and I think it's the same thing in politics, you can have the best coaching staff you want, but if your quarterback is weak, you will lose. Just what it is. And even if you have a weak quarterback, but when the game is on the line, will that weak quarterback show up? I'll give you an example. Joe Flacco was known to be a weak quarterback, but when he went to the Super Bowl, he became someone different. He showed up. And now we're 30 days from the election. Have you seen anything from Kamala Harris to make you think she's going to show up and she's going to become somebody totally different and she's going to put Trump away? No, you haven't. We haven't seen that at all. She's a weak quarterback who's got a great coaching staff, but we're in the Super Bowl and the game is on the line and she's going to throw a pick. That's exactly what will happen. Because they can't use other methods to win the game. She's got to throw the ball to win this game. And every time she throws the ball, what happens? An interception takes place. So that's how I see this election. She should lose. Trump should win. And if he doesn't, then I hope that it's because, you know, there's millions of women who have never voted in an election and they just all of a sudden come out and vote for her. I prefer a landslide. I do not want it to be close. I either want Trump to annihilate her or she annihilate Trump. That way we walk away from this election without a shadow of a doubt. Hey, this is what it is. But I'm telling you right now, if that election is close and it's like 2 points, that's going to be so much drama. It's going to be crazy from both sides. It doesn't matter which way it goes. Because you got to understand, MSNBC is already saying that Trump is trying to steal the election. They're saying that now. Through all the voting integrity and the poll watchers and the recruitment, MSNBC has been labeling that Trump getting ready to steal the election. So if he wins 274 to 262, what are they going to say? Oh, he stole the election. That's what they're going to do. That's exactly what they're going to say. And if she wins and it's 274 and he's got 262, a lot of people are going to say she stole the election. But if Trump wins and it's 362 to like 214, it's going to be like, oh no, American people have spoken. Yeah. So that's what we want. We want a landslide. Too big to rig. Too big to rig. All right, let me read some of your comments and wrap this baby up. All right. I think we had one more super chat. Lisa writes, hey, hello. Thank you for your service in this channel. Thank you so much for joining us. Appreciate you. Thank you very much. Very good. Very good. Let's see here. Oh my God. There we go. Yep. Jamie Raskin said he doesn't want to certify the election if Trump wins. Yeah, I remember that. California just passed a law that it's illegal to ask for an ID when voting per Elon Musk. So how many illegals will be voting in California? It doesn't matter because California is a monopoly. I mean, it's a Democrat state. There's nothing Republicans can do about it at this point in time. The lawmakers in California are truly radical. Okay, listen. The lawmakers are so radical in California. They tried to pass. They passed the law, and then Gavin Newsom had to veto that bill. But they passed the law stating they were trying to get money to illegal migrants to get homes. I think it was $150,000 or something like that. It was a $150,000 grant. They passed it, and then Gavin Newsom was like, all right, I know I'm that crazy, but not right now, not during this election. And he vetoed that bill. So I don't think there's any hope for California, not right now. All right, here's a question. Word it all about immigrants voting. If she wins, she will make them citizens, and Republicans will have no chance of winning with 20 million new voters embedded into the Democrats. Now, I hear what you're saying, and I do agree short term that will be the thing, but I think long term it's going to backfire on them because as time goes on, more people are leaving the Democratic Party than the Republican Party. And then more people are becoming independent than any time in history. And so if they continue to go down this road of being very progressive, most of the country is moderate, by the way. The moderate part of the country is going to say, hey, that's enough. And to give you an example why this is true, just look at California. California has lost more people because of how radical the policies are here. Okay? So that's what will happen. Let's see here. Good question. Lady Trucker says, love your channel. I'm so broken over how Harris is handling the Helene victims. Migrants got or get treated better than them. 750 can't fix nothing. That is a kick in the teeth for our American citizens. Yep. Thank you for your comment. Appreciate you. Let's see here. You mean Newscum. Actually, I mean Gavin Nuisance. That's what I mean. Thanks for the live stream. Now come change these dirty diapers your son made for you. Awesome. Thank you so much. Can't wait. All right. We're at the end here. If Kamala wins, it will be 40 million illegals her first 4 years. Yeah, I agree. All right. So thank you guys so much for joining us tonight during the live stream. And really appreciate your guys' support for the people who did, deliver a super chat for the people who did watch. If you subscribe to the channel, thank you. If you haven't, please subscribe. If you want to support us further, you could go to the link in the description right after I hit end. I'll put it in there. You can grab yourself a t-shirt from the store. I have one on right now. Or you can buy us a cup of coffee. Other than that, keep your faith. If you are not registered to vote, make sure you are registered to vote and that you bring people with you. Like Elon Musk said, fight, fight, fight. Vote, vote, vote. I think it's very important, especially if you're in that swing state. And God bless you and your family and America. All right. Take care, everyone.